Get up, everybody. Get up, everybody, because we're going live now. Hello, everybody. We've got Canucks Great White Clown Show. Oh my gosh, that has got to be the coolest name ever. Canucks Great. Why does Canucks ring a bell? Canucks, are you a grower? Are you growing something green? And welcome, take a little trip with me. And we've got Aaron in the studio, and we've got Pope on Dope in the studio, and we are cranking and ready to start ranking up the ideas that we're going to be flicking at you. Whoa, I just realized. Did I invite Dan? Oh my gosh, if I haven't invited Dan yet, I'm going to kick myself. Dan is, you guys might know Dan from the group. Anybody remember Dan? He hasn't been around in a while. Aaron, you might remember him. He's a British guy. Really lovely brother. Truly lovely. He's an expert on... He won't call himself an expert, but he's been researching the hollow earth and concave earth and flat earth and all of those things for years and yonks and yonks and yonks. And he knows about 50,000 times more than I do, which in my books makes him... Hey, Dan, brother, we're rolling live. Makes him an expert. So, because 50,000 is a lot. It's a big number where I come from. So, all of you, lovely, welcome, grand rising, smiles, giggles, joy, wiggles, and everything else that goes in between. I hope you guys are having an amazing weekend that followed an even more superb week, which is basically kicking off the end of a magnificent month, which is gearing up to make this a tremendous year. Did I leave out any adverbs or adjectives? What are those? A tremendous year. It's a very strange, it's not an adverb, is it? It's an adjective of sorts. Anyway, sending you all much love. Reminds you of a song. Well, yeah, I can't help speaking without words getting stuck in the twirl of poetry in a way. I've got an amazing two guys here to start the conversation with. We're going to have Dan coming on later, who's also a lovely brother, and we're going to have some people popping in as the show progresses. So without further ado, I am Franklin Bush Whisperer, just a local shaman here in Cape Town. Lots of occult therapeutics, different directions, east and west. We've got Aaron. Aaron's a beautiful brother. He's working with the imagination exercises. He's going to bring the imagination exercises into this conversation, which is going to be a wonderful angle for us to take. He's obviously born from a Western school of cosmology, but also touched into Eastern cosmology as well. Rosicrucian is probably where he found his inspiration to begin with, though he's an open-minded gentleman, lovely thinker. Welcome to Aaron. We also have Pope on Dope. Pope on Dope is a lovely brother. He's a researcher that's been basically, and here's his credentials. He's been banned from Google. No, sorry, Google Earth. Google Earth's trying to ban him from using their services, which is a tremendous compliment. It means he's using Google Earth the way that the powers that be that should not be don't want Google Earth used. He spends a lot of time roaming the planet on Google Earth, looking in places which are obscure, which haven't been documented, and he keeps finding the same patterns of ancient sites in deserts, in Sahara Desert, in all sorts of obscure places. And even when he looks at the so-called cities that we know, he finds the floor plans, the ground plans very similar to many and ancient sites, and where these old buildings are from, the amazing historical past that seems to have been covered up. He keeps hitting the hammer on the head with Tartarian buildings, and so he's a researcher in his own right. Let's hope that he gets back onto Google Earth. Let's hope they don't figure him out and ban him for good, because they don't want his information coming out. And so I'd love to give you two brothers an opportunity to introduce yourselves, say a few words. Welcome.
All right, I'll go first. So I work primarily with the imagination. Also study just a lot of different occult topics, shamanism and mysticism, and really just taking on different worldviews. And so the imagination exercises help me to imagine different states of being, different realities, and different ways I interface with the world in order to properly align my mind, body, and spirit to be kind of the best embodiment of myself, and use the imagination, I think, to make the world have wonder and awe and some magic in it. And so the angle I think I'll be taking for today's conversation is how these different views of Earth and our reality and how we interface with it might affect our individual and collective consciousnesses, and maybe how we develop and how this might impact different generations, as well as I've kind of explored living these different worldviews with flat Earth and hollow Earth, and um, the NASA model and everything, and how I think that affected my experience. And I'd say right now I like more of the Gaia Earth, the living kind of consciousness shaping our reality, and humans kind of being sensors of the divine. So I also think that that's the angle I'll be taking for today.
Pope on Dope, I hope your audio stream is operating like a wood fire. How are you doing? Are you with us? Can we hear you? Can you hear us? This is Earth Calling, Pope on Dope. Is the Pope on Dope? Can the Pope on Dope hear us? I love the name, man. It's so funky.
Hello.
Makes you.
Hello. Hello?
Is that you?
No, why is it off now? Oh, these settings are very interesting.
Can you hear us, brother?
Let's get to here. Got both of my hands free, but now I can't hear you.
If you try your computer, it might work better. We'll continue for now. We'll get you back on in a moment. Let us know when you're back on track. Just mute your mic for now while you're doing whatever it is, technicals, and just let us know, like speak in when you're up, because your voice is very muffled. So, what is the discussion? We're going to be talking about Tartaria, hollow Earth, flat Earth, concave Earth theories. The relativities between it. I haven't even got the thing. I'm not even reading the thing. I got to sort of hope I remember what I wrote. It's embarrassing, but it's how it is. I tend to live in the moment very much. We're going to be discussing how these different theories have come into being, what kind of evidences we've seen, also how these theories affect our perspectives of reality and our notions of this world. Welcome, Pope and Dope. You're back. And just before Pope and Dope says a word, I want to also introduce dear Jeremy. Jeremy is the man without a shirt. There's always got to be a bloke not wearing a shirt in the show. It's eye candy for the girls. The girls, we've got to get the girls to come and watch somehow. So that's what we do. We make sure there's always a guy nominated. I'd be a guy not wearing a shirt. It's just my belly's a little bit big. So excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep my shirt on. Thank you. But we got two guys not shirting it up. Loving it. So Jeremy is a beautiful brother. He's shamanically inspired. He's very connected to nature. He's a dad. He's very much hands-on dad, which is beautiful, which is obviously a spiritual path in its own right. And very open-minded, always looking into things. I love the way his brain works. So, Pope on Dope, can we hear you?
Yeah, I think I can hear you now. I think you covered most of the things, basically. You still can't hear me. What the
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah, I think everybody can hear you.
Oh, okay, awesome. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been struggling on the laptop. It's just not working on the laptop.
No worries. Are you also in South
Well-
South Africa?
Yeah, in South Africa.
Okay, cool.
I've been trying on DuckDuckGo.
Well, tell us a little bit about
Okay.
yourself, dear Pope on Dope. Give us an insight into your story a little bit, and then after you, Jeremy.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, sorry for holding you up. Basically, thanks to Bush Whisperer saying most of it. Yes, I'm very interested in finding the normalities between the different countries and having the exact same structures between throughout the world, basically. It's almost as if one specific person went and built these amazing buildings, but to the point where they're astronomically massive and connected to each other. But it goes even deeper than that. Like, I saw a video just now that basically showed me exactly why they built these buildings. Not just, they are connected by pictures that have been painted on inside them. They all have exactly the same roofs. They are like, you can't, it's like taking one culture, like the Amazonians, okay, and telling me that you'll find absolutely no difference in between the two. If you look inside them, how they are built, what they are made for, and them basically all following that same structure. Now, what I have this funny feeling is, before I break everything out and give you the end of the movie, that's basically what I'm after, is finding the immediate connection between all of this, everything around us. Try and make it a bit simpler in my mind, because there's so much information out there that people just get lost in all this shit. That you don't get to a point of understanding much, because people are just like, hey, yeah, just 1,000 books, go for it. And there's no one to enjoy or motivate you for it, or be there with you to enjoy their journey, feel someone else's motivation towards something that you didn't even think you would have enjoyed. That is why whenever somebody else says something, I see it from their point of view. I don't tell them they're wrong. How can you tell them they're wrong if you yourself don't understand who they are? You're not them, you're you. So you should matter for yourself. Anyway, sorry about that. Sometimes I just say some funny things, but sometimes it's for someone that needs it.
Well, thank you for that, brother. Wonderful introduction. And Jeremy, give us a little bit of a blurb about yourself, and much love. And by the way, for those that don't know, we'll link everybody in. I know that you can find the imagination exercises. If you just click on my channel's recommendations, you'll see Aaron's channel there. I can recommend all the YouTube channels there, but we'll give you a heads up towards the latter part of the show, end of the show. For those of you that are watching recordings or whatever, you can just pop in there. We'll make sure to blurb everybody's links in. Please, Jeremy, fire away, brother.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, I got a quick question for Pope, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of John Levi on YouTube?
He's not striking any.
Okay.
What is?
So
I don't know him specifically now.
yeah, no worries. It's Jon and then Levi, Levi, and he specifically makes has been making a ton of videos on like 1800s buildings, alternate history, all this sort of stuff. And he specifically is the guy that really got me thinking about how it seems definitely around the world, but I'm in America. Um, how in America there seems to be this like gap in history here. There's definitely some fuckery going around because when the camera was developed in the 1800s, I think it is, and people started taking pictures. They started taking pictures of the buildings of these like monumental, megalithic like buildings built from huge blocks of stone, castle-like structures, domes, columns, you know, and to think that uh, people just kind of like started showing up and then for whatever reason instead of building mud huts or things just out of wood, they started building these enormous enormous buildings. And then there's been there's actually a government program, and I forget exactly what it's called, to just get rid of all these buildings, to disassemble them, and not too many. There's quite a few, but not too many are left, and you can't really find that much out about them, such as like some of them don't even have, you can't find building plans or permits or things like this. And where was I going with this? Where I was going was that it there's something about the dome and the column, giant blocks of stone uh, that were just worldwide and pervasive throughout human history. And now, and so there's some of the oldest, the oldest structures, like the Nubian pyramids or any of those ancient things. And now we're not building those anymore. In fact, the biggest buildings that are being constructed are these terrible, in my opinion, these terrible monstrosities that look so inhuman. And um, it, if the human, let's take the human body for instance. So the human body is this structure, material structure built around these energy centers. So there's something in maybe the etheric, if I'm getting this right. There's something in this etheric that has these centers, and then something builds around them, and that's our bodies. And it kind of seems like these buildings that I've been talking about were built in such a way that they're taking this infinite energy and they're centering it, or they're coalescing it. Some of the one of the reasons I bring this up is that there seems to be a connection with, I guess we would call them like lightning rods at the top of these domes, and this metal goes from the top of these buildings, it goes all the way down. You can find this in cathedrals. It goes all the way down into cisterns at the bottom of these buildings. Cisterns like filled with water. And I got me thinking about how, like in a cathedral, there used to be, at least there used to be these organs, these things that could make these sounds. And I was just thinking how, like, so if you bring a bunch of people into this building, so you got the dome above and the cistern below, and they're connected with the metal rods, and you get these people, basically, like vibing together. They're singing or they're praying, and they're just creating this communal energy with combination with an organ, and this resonance is just like whoa, 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 coming out of them. And they're bringing these energies together, and then there's this cistern full of water, and I feel like this water can hold that energy for for a long time and just keep it going. It seems to me that these buildings they were built for purposes other than being like a like a fucking post office or a county law office or something like that. You know what I mean?
No, definitely.
So it definitely seems like there's that phenomenon of these old buildings having a fireplace, and there's like no evidence of there ever being a fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but most of them caught fire. So they say whenever you look in the descriptions of those. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, what I was going to say is, I didn't want to interrupt in your story, but basically what you're also saying is all of these buildings, they're not just there to create power, to generate power for the people. They're also there to uplift your soul and clear your, basically heal your body of any dis-ease.
Hmm.
To enlighten each other. The more love there is, the better you feel around each other. What you give, what you get. The population just thrives from there, and that's not what they want.
Right.
Now, I can tell you by the research I've done, this dome structure that you have here on the right is almost everywhere.
Yep.
There is, for, let's say, in the areas where that you find an incredible amount of pyramids and stuff like this, you would find at least one of these in the most popular countries. They're either still standing or they closed them off or made it a mountain out of it or something like that. But these are specifically the buildings I'm talking about, is this one here on the right-hand side. The mercury propulsion, yeah, I'm sure you know what I mean. But yes, sorry, carry on.
No, these are really cool. I love looking at this kind of stuff. I think one thing.
Also, a little bit later, I don't mean to disrupt you again, but a little bit later, I want to end it off with something very inspiring that I found that I think you'll find very, very intriguing about all of these. Quite a few connections.
Yeah. I was I was remarking recently to Franklin because I've been looking for I'm moving soon, and I'm looking for like a new house to live, and it's always amazing to me how almost not necessarily unlivable, but again, kind of like how inhuman a lot of houses are built. It's almost it's like you got your bathroom, you got your bedroom, and you got your your kitchen and your living area, and but it's like the way everything is set up. It's like it's so inorganic to how like people actually like move in space, and of course most buildings are these square shapes, four corners and that kind of thing, and that's not necessarily very natural either. Anyways, I'll stop talking for now.
No.
I think you bring up a really interesting point, and both of you are like touching on the core of the whole. Seems like we're starting with Tartaria, and it seems like a logical place to start, because they have lied to us about energy. we've all come across Tesla's ideas, and we've all recognized the Tesla coil was obviously removed from history by the CIA, FBI, whoever, because they wanted to be able to patent and sell electricity the way that they could measure it and sell it, and like renewable energy that comes from the atmosphere and the Earth's crust from the photon bombardment that stores up because the Earth is like a capacitor, right? Can't be charged. You can't like bill people every month. Like, excuse me, you've got to pay me money for your energy. So there's obviously been a conspiracy, and by conspiracy I don't mean what people talk about conspiracy theory. There's obviously a conspiracy fact going on, and it's a financial reality. And the fact that we've reached this point with fossil fuels and electrical generation that we have, and that much of the world is still generating electricity out of coal, says it all. Because coal mining, well, we know what that does for the world. And obviously coal burning, it's great look for the air. So we've definitely been taken down the garden path. And there are a lot of people out there that are touting this information. And when you actually go and look into it, it does seem like people aren't just grasping at straws. They're actually applying Tesla dynamics, and various different scientists and physicists are looking at this realistically and going, well, this is very feasible. And like you pointed out, a lot of these buildings, they seem to go into water, and that's the key, because it's this diamagnetism of water. Somebody mentioned, Take a Little Trip With Me, mentioned some guys talking on diamagnetics. And this is exactly what Tesla was on about. Yeah. The diamagnetism. It's got to do with the water and the air, the hydrogen and the ions that separate in the clouds, basically in water and around water, these ions separate. This is what water does. It's diamagnetic. So one can see that this is obviously tapping into the Earth's core. And from an energetic perspective, if you want to ground your energies and you want to become in tune with the Schumann resonance of the Earth, you take off your shoes, firstly, and you get your feet into the soil, especially if it's damp or wet. If you really want to tune into the Earth's vibrational field, go and stand in the sea, or in the water, in a lake or something, any body of water that's going down into the Earth, and put your feet in that body of Earth and see how quickly it takes you to change your frequency of consciousness just by the act of standing with your feet in the water. And we all know there's something quite tranquil, relaxing, and pacifying. It makes you feel good and peaceful when you sit with your feet relaxing in the water, whether it's a stream or a lake or the sea or whatever. There's something quite enriching emotionally, mentally, and for well-being. And so there's definitely a lot of evidence as well. And we've seen it with people that are doing biodynamic farming. They are creating these coils, copper coils, that they plug into the earth, and these copper coils actually generate a field that enriches the soil. And actually you can see the differences when you plug and I can say, as someone that's grown, I like to grow things. When you do a little bit of earthing on certain pot plants where you're growing something and you're doing not earthing on another pot plant, you do notice the difference. So we generally earth our pot plants with a little bit of copper. It's what you do. And especially when you're growing something which is like a cannabis, which is a very genetically controlled crop, right? I mean, you're paying $10 for a good seed, one seed, right? You can pay $10 for a good seed. That seed's going to be the same as the other seed and the other seed. When you're paying $50 and you're getting like 7 or 8 seeds, you know that those seeds are controlled, because that's why people pay what they pay for those seeds. There is nothing that is more engineered than cannabis these days. And when you're growing your plants, you will notice the difference if you earth your plants. It really makes a profound difference. And you just need a little piece of copper. All you need is a little coil of copper. You stick it in on the corners of your pot plant, 3 or 4 around the plant, and do it to one and don't do it on the others, and see the difference. You will notice, like, wow, such a small thing makes a big difference. So I do think that there's a lot to be learned. Also, flags. What is all these flag poles? You'll notice a lot of these buildings, they've got flag poles. So I don't know if you can see this one. Look at that. Look at these buildings. That building, by the way, people took horse and cart and simple tools, and they built that. horse and cart, simple tools, like the pyramids. The pyramids were built with logs and copper tools. I mean, you go and look at the pyramids. It's obviously how they did it. And they've definitely wanted to present a particular idea to us. Here we go. Some more wonderful buildings. Look at all those flags in the backgrounds. Flags, flags, flags. So there were always flags in the buildings. Now, what are flags? Flags are interesting. So a flag is once again a pole that goes into the ground, right? Into this earth, the way Jeremy was saying, into water or a place where there's a cistine close to it, connected to it. And the flag is normally used to be traditionally made out of silk. What does silk do? Static electricity, okay. Silk or satin. And this will be flapping in the wind, right? So it's movement, kinetic, generating a kinetic static field, as flags do, on top of a pole rooted into water. Just do the math. What are all these flags about? They came and they took a lot of the flags away. Okay, let's not even go there, but we don't know about the flags. We do know about the bells. And we do know that there was some massive agenda. And we can say it's an agenda because the whole world removed the bells. How long did it take them? 5 years. Yeah. To remove most of the bells on earth. How did everybody suddenly decide, you know what, we don't need church bells anymore? People were actually religious. People were Christian. People were religion. So there was a religious significance to these church bells. It's quite a big deal when you remove the religiously significant church bell, which has been used by your parents and their parents, and in order to signify the beginning of church. And these bells were quite incredible. I think there are a lot of pieces of technology that has been hidden from us. The bells had to be removed. And I think this is what Pope and Dope's getting on, is got to do with the shift in consciousness. I think the bells were part of the consciousness shift. The flags were probably part of generating energy. And possibly there were symbols on the flags as well that represented consciousness shift. So I think there's a lot that I'm sure you guys have church bells. I'm talking about the big bells. And you're right, some places do still have some of the old bells, but I'm talking about those massive bells that used to be in every city. We used to have big bells all over South Africa.
Like a Liberty Bell, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. There's also a story that a lot of the bells were, what do you call it? Melted, in America at least, were melted into cannonballs for the Civil War.
Okay, that stands true for America. What about every other country on earth? They didn't all have civil wars. So it's obviously a cock and bull story, because it just so happens that at that exact same time, all the bells are removed all around the world, a lot of the big bells. And it seems to me like it's very convenient stories that they've tried to concoct for us. And it just none of it adds up to me. When we really start looking at it, and when we look at the scale of some of these buildings, we've just got to stop. And I mean, I remember going to London and looking at the so-called cathedrals that were built with horse and cart and all of that. When you walk around those cathedrals and you look at the mathematics involved for the way that they were designed in order to carry sound. I've never ever been in a place that projects sound like in such a profound way. There was real math and real science. It was just not a coincidence that these cathedrals were just designed to look pretty and they make nice sound. They were designed according to very, very profoundly specific dimensions. And obviously the Freemasons had all this knowledge, as we know now. And that's why they call the Masons, and when we look at the Masons story, we need to start actually paying attention to what the Masons are saying. We can't say it's all just conspiracy theory or this or that, because these are the people that built these cathedrals. And there's obviously more going on here than what meets the eye. And why don't they tell us more about these, I do find that there's a lot of interesting information that's been hidden from us. I think we're at a point now where a lot of it's coming out, and the powers that be that should not be are getting concerned because people are starting to ask a lot of questions that are implicating them. And there's no way for them to really sidestep this. And yeah, we have another one of these buildings. Look at it. Oh, and it gets better. There are the buildings with the giants, right? Gigantic doors. How do we explain gigantic doors with windows that were up there that humans can't reach? With little doors that we had to make later on for humans to enter. And then there are actually lots of pictures in the 18 and 1900s of Paris. And you look down the road and you see like people that are like 5 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot, 9 foot tall people walking down the street. Not one, but a number in the crowd. And there are lots of these images floating about. Some of them are photographs that were taken, at the turn of the century. So there were definitely a huge scale of size. What happened to those tall people? Did they all vanish? Were they all just in the same place at the same time, or was there a lot more of them? When we look at the architecture, we've got to ask questions. What do you guys think? Does this relate to giants?
I think this goes to. I think these capitals basically go to the point where, if we go down in history, maybe you would also understand. But when Murdoch was sent out to go and build, to like start building the foundations of civilization, I think that's basically where these big massive buildings started. And then we basically broke off from there, however they changed our gene pool, or how maybe we've only been here for 200 years or something like that. And the Anunnaki have basically been changing us, grooming us for whatever they want us to be their slaves for. Who knows? But I think Murdoch built all those capitals. And I think they all go all the way down to Sheol or Mount Meru. I think they also call it Rupert's Nigra. There was a video I saw of another gentleman, and basically, if you look at the tops of all these capital buildings, it'll basically tell you that same story of Mary being this massive giant that gives birth to Jesus in Mount Meru, which is where all these capital buildings basically point to. If you do an incredible amount of research, I don't hear any of the other guys saying that this could be wrong, but what are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was how all these capital buildings relate to Murdoch, Jesus, and Mary. Look at the top of the structures, the most beautiful things that they're trying to show you. Although Leonardo didn't paint those bloody things, man. Come on, wake up. They are all over the show. You're telling me Leonardo painted every single one of those? Must I show you how many of these hubs there are? It's basically impossible. The only one I could believe to build these things is Murdoch himself.
Who's Murdoch?
I'll let Bush Whisperer elaborate on that.
Okay. And you're saying that, like, you don't know how, I guess, you're talking about like the Sistine Chapel and all those paintings and stuff like that?
In all of them, yes.
Yeah.
They all show Mary Magdalene with Jesus and this beautiful heavenly sphere that's above us.
Right.
Um,
Well,
maybe every now and then.
in the practical, the way they practically did is that, I mean, Leonardo didn't like do it himself. You know, he had like teams of people who worked with him. Are you saying you don't think he like came up with the ideas himself?
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to take a seat quick. No, basically what I was stating is Murdoch was apparently the one sent by the creator to make sure that things stay balanced here on this plane. All right. He's guided us in many different ways. We hear about him in many different history books and so on.
Are you saying Marduk?
He was
Sorry, I don't mean to
Marduk.
interrupt. Marduk?
Marduk, yes.
Oh, okay,
Marduk.
I thought you were saying Murdoch, and I was like, "The fuck is Murdoch?" No worries,
Sorry,
no
man.
worries. No,
But
that's okay. No worries.
he's depending on. This is how we can get so confused in our history, because the words in different tongues, they won't make sense. I mean, it's like a Frenchman or an Irishman
For sure.
telling you these words. Sorry, I'm South African. My accent's a bit different. Bush whisperer, whenever I speak, I can basically have a conversation with him without him saying anything,
Right.
because I can read his reaction. It's very interesting. But basically, Marduk was sent out to go and build civilization for us, to make it a beginning pillar. It's not going to be some ancient little shit building. These guys were smart. These guys were very intelligent. Like, to the point of creation intelligent, not I'm some dumb peanut that fell out of a cave and just started a fire. These guys had star fleets and all sorts of stuff back in those days. They were the most intelligent. They were the wise men. Now, the wise men knew that Jesus comes down either as a red lightning bolt, plasma going. Okay, there's two different. You need to watch this video to understand it. But we go through different cycles, and depending on what we do on this planet, we are either going to have peace or destruction. If it's good enough and there's potential, basically what evil basically pushes us to the brink to is for the total annihilation of everything, so that they can begin again. You always take an idea to the root point of something instead of getting lost in this mysterious long story they're trying to tell you. So when you come back to the basic standard of how these people think, is if we are peaceful and we are flourishing and all of that, whenever the resurrection comes down, it's going to be as to better us, because there's no point in breaking everything down if there's no evil to relinquish. You get what I mean? There would be no point to a parish. So when we go through these different cycles and all of these buildings, when you look at the top of the roof, that massive, the biggest round circle, when you look at the roof, you see all of the beautiful paintings. Sometimes it's paintings, sometimes it's abstract. Well, not abstract. It's geometrical patterns that are carved into the roof, basically to increase magnetic, sound vibration and so on, to help amplify it so that you can feel it better, or so that the whole city can feel it. Not only does it do that, but it creates the electrical power that you can actually use. And there are many, there's actually so much technology out there, but these buildings didn't have a single purpose. This is what constantly gets me back to the point that Murdoch was the one that actually built all of these. Marduk. And I think they all connect to either to each other and at some points to the inner earth, or as they would call it, Agartha, or whichever. But this story that I watched, I think comes from an old Russian tale or something like that. I think it's their belief system. I'm not sure. I didn't delve that deep into it. But basically, Mary, their story is that Mary would give birth to Jesus, and depending on what we did on this planet, the outcome when he goes up, it depends on what we did. But only the wise men knew how to get there.
Do you got a link to that video you can post?
Yes,
for
I'll
us?
send it to you afterwards.
Yeah, it'd be great to see.
But it's very, 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 very. I mean, they are Russian old paintings that all show the different Mary Magdalenes that have died and come back, Different.
Do you know what I would?
paintings.
Do you know what I would recommend? Take off the
Yes.
www dot and all that nonsense, right? And just put the link without that crap on it, and then you can post it here in the group chat. But if you put the www dot on it and all of that stuff, then it's going to get blocked off by YouTube. But if you put it on without the www dot, just here on the right hand side where it says group chat, not the private chat, the group chat, then it will go through. This is how you send
that's a
links these
video.
days. You make sure you don't send the complete link. But if you put that into a Google, it will. I'm sure people would love to be able to get access to it, because obviously we're here to, I honestly don't know what the truth is. I don't pretend to know what the truth is. Is the earth round, flat, concave, convex? Is it hollow? Is it a simulation? Honestly, I find all of them very fascinating. I think there's definitely a simulation element to the nature of reality. It's definitely some kind of a Maya story happening. And this sort of makes me wonder, like, could it be that it's only uploading to a certain degree? Like when you're playing a video game and it only loads as much as what you're around. If a tree falls in the jungle and there's no one there to hear it, did it fall? These are questions that's been in my mind since I was a child, not being able to put them into perspective about the nature of reality and how abstract reality is. And I've had a lot of experiences in reality that other people would say, like, that's impossible. That's a miracle. That can't be. And, it is. So, it just, to me, it seems like the nature of reality is way out there. But what I've noticed is there's definitely been a lot of lies, because I came across Tartaria when I was a little boy in a set of encyclopedias. Now, I was studying the occult when I was young. So when I was 12, I got embedded into grimoires and occult texts. And I came across this term Tartari. And I was like, Tartari? What's that? And I went looking in. The only thing that I could think to find it in, more information in, an encyclopedia set. It just so happened it was an ancient encyclopedia set, which was antique. And it belonged to my mom's boyfriend. I think it was from the 1800s, 1700s, however long it was. It had been in his family for a long time. It was very valuable. So I went into this ancient set of things and I went to look for Tartari, and I found Tartaria. I thought, well, must be the same. Started reading on it. Didn't think too much about it, being a 12-year-old. Population dynamics, technology, resources, military. Like when you look in an encyclopedia, it looks at a country and it breaks down every aspect of the country. The laws, the social structure, the population dynamics. It looked like a pretty big country in the world. I thought, why didn't I hear about this? If this thing is such a big country, why haven't I ever seen it on a map? Why haven't I heard? I went to ask my teachers. They told me it's conspiracy theory. I was like, hold on. I didn't pull this out of some conspiracy theory hat. I found this in an encyclopedia. And just because it's an old encyclopedia doesn't mean it's nonsense, because everything else in the encyclopedia was true. It was an encyclopedia, for crying out loud. So that was when I realized they were lying to me. And that was when I started doubting history. Luckily, as a child, I refused to open their history books. Luckily, I had the core integrity to be able to live up to that. and the ability to voice my opinion in such a way as to say, I can't open this textbook because it offends me, and explain why. And they try to get me to leave the school. They wanted to kick me out because I wouldn't open their textbook. But my attitude was, as long as I pass all your exams, you can't get rid of me. And I didn't allow them to kick me out of the school. I fought them. And I threatened them with the Board of Education. And I said, if you want to get me out of the school, you better expel me. But you better have a damn good reason, because you know I'm coming after your job. So the headmasters were wary of me. And yeah, damn straight. I knew my rights as a kid. My father had fully taught me my rights. So when I was like 14, I used to tell my teachers, you don't touch me. You keep your distance, because I will defend myself. I know my rights. I might be 14 years old, but I know my rights. And if you lay a finger on me, I'm going to lay 10 fingers on you. You understand me? The teachers knew where they stood with me, because I was very self-autonomic, you know. The same thing with my grimoire books that I would study in school. They weren't allowed to touch them. I said, you try and touch my book, you're touching me. I'm going to defend myself and my possessions from you. You have no right. So the teachers were wary of me because they knew I would stand up and clock them a shot. I was the only student that would do that. And they were all men teachers. So they actually had a lot to lose. You know, they can't get into a fight with one of the students. Not a fisticuffs with like a minor, you know. If they win the fight, they go to jail. If they lose the fight, they get their ass handed to them by a kid. It's a lose-lose situation for them, right? And I knew that. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. So anyway, I was lucky enough to have the courage to say, I refuse to open these textbooks. In physics, I refused to open a physics textbook. Yeah, when I saw that they were like disregarding a lot of stuff that to me made sense, I said, this doesn't seem true to me. I'm sorry. I can't buy it. Can't believe it. But unfortunately, they were brainwashing us in school as kids with this nonsense and that nonsense. And in South Africa, I was taught that there was no way that black people could have built great Zimbabwe. I was so offended by this. I said to the history teacher, this is it. I'm done with history. I literally said to him, I'm done with history. I will not be a bloody racist with some racist philosophy because of an old South African government that has obviously, this textbook was written by politicians and it's lies. And that was like the final evidence that I handed in for why I will never open a history textbook again, because there's too much nonsense in it. Because it seemed obvious to me that Great Zimbabwe had been built by black people. Come on, man. Why would they not be able to build? What was this racist ideology? What was this nonsense that was polluting our ability to learn knowledge? So I was offended by a lot in school. And I think that this is the problem. They handed us so much nonsense that we've become so brainwashed, all of us. And I'm continually trying to undo. South Africa doing well now? I don't know whether South Africa is doing so well now. We've had our coal stolen from us. I think we're going to be doing better now that we've joined with Russia and China and Saudi Arabia and all of that. And now that America's going to declare sanctions on us, we're going to divorce ourselves from England and Europe. This is going to be really good for us because they've been sponging our resources for long enough. Our coal for our electricity. A lot of our money through Anglo-America has been running out of this country. And it's actually a very rich country, South Africa. We've got amazing potential for agriculture. We've got gold. We've got diamonds. We've got all sorts of gems. We've got iron, right? I mean, we've got, you name it, we've got it. We've got oil. We've got it all. So we should be one of the richest countries in the world. We were. I mean, there was a time when, not that long ago, when 1 rand bought 2 sterling pounds in England. Before they started engineering and meddling, because we have resources. We're a rich country. And it's not by accident that we did the first heart transplant in the world, right? Not America, not England, not Germany, South Africa. And it's not by accident that we were developing all the laser sighting technology for the F-16 and the F-15 fighter jets. It was South African design technology for how to missiles to target and for nuclear warheads to target their zones and air surface to air missiles. That was all South African tech, the laser technology. So we've got a history of potential and possibility that's been dampened by us, and we've been used by Monsanto's to push an agenda in Africa, which I'm hoping will change. So the BRICS currency going back under a gold standard, I think is going to be good for South Africa, because it means that there'll be less chance to meddle with our economy. You know, people betting against your currency makes it go down. So I think South Africa's got a brighter future than what we've had a past. Unfortunately, politically, we're still living in the dark. But I mean, hey, look at America. They've got Biden. So, you know, who's not living in the dark at the moment, right? Like every country's politically in a mess. So, and economically, every country's in a mess. So, since the arm jab fantasy, which is something that I think relates to all of this, you know, but the Tartaria story, I think, is central to our hearts. We need to recognize how many lies they've told us, and whether we use the word Tartaria or not, let's take that word off the table. Let's just say that we come from an ancient time when there was super technology on this planet. That technology has been hidden from us. That technology was like nothing we know today. It was obviously very, very effective. We were building incredible architecture in the old times. We have been told that we were running around with horses and carts. There are photographs of the World Fair. Is it photographs?
Yeah.
Yes. There are actual photographs of the World Fair that have not been tampered with. And these photographs show well lit up cities. Only there wasn't supposed to be electricity according to the historical record. So there's been lies told to us. There's electricity. There are photographs of, they used to have something like Skype in those ancient times. Not so, they had video telecommunication. You could make video phone calls. They had video phone call booths in the 1800s. Why are we not told about this? They had mobile telephones that they could route onto certain poles. They had these special poles that were like antennae. And there are actual old video footage of people stopping to take out their phone and route it on to these buildings in order to pick up a signal and cast it. So I think that they've lied to us about technology. They've changed our technology into digital for a damn good reason. I think analog was superior. Digital is something that can be controlled and affected by an AI system, right? It can rewrite the digital code. You can take a digital photograph and the AI system can rewrite that photograph, and you won't even know that the digital photograph's been rewritten. Or am I wrong? You're a specialist, aren't you, Jeremy? Can digital be messed with?
Yeah. There's definitely digital forensics that can discern whether something has been tampered with. But if you're just like watching TV, if you're just watching a newscast, you're not gonna be able to tell if something has been manipulated, via AI or whatever, and that kind of thing has been going on forever. It's when I remember specifically when what was it, October 7th was when the supposed the Hamas invaded Israel, right? That was October 7th. I was watching videos on Instagram that were just blatantly not real. Like one was it was like a hang glider, because they supposedly used the hang gliders. Now I'm not saying anything didn't or did happen. Okay, I'm just watching this video, and this hang glider comes down supposedly, and it like hits a like a telephone pole, and then it goes up in fire. But and like you look at the comments and people are like, like cheering for it and saying how great this is and blah blah blah. And who knows if they're bots. But you look at it closely, and the paracel, it doesn't like collapse. It doesn't like collapse around the wires. It just kind of like hits it and then just like does this weird, it's so obviously fake. but you see these people responding to it as if it's real.
For those of you that don't know, one of Jeremy's talents and what he was educated as is he's a videographer, and he does cinematography, he does film, he's done films. This is his what his career, if I can say. That's his actual career, although he's done other things.
Yeah.
But that's his main thing. So he's speaking as somebody who knows about video.
I also spent I spent, God, what was it? Let's say like a summer, several months, in like this like activist house near DC, and we would, as the videographer and editor for this like YouTube channel. I don't think it exists anymore, but we used to go to like these like Philadelphia weed normal protests. It's NORML, and a few other things. And I would videotape with the camera for this channel. And then afterwards I would, stuff would happen. People get arrested and things like this. And then afterwards we would come back to the house, smoke a lot of weed, and I would edit video. But I used to just pour, sometimes frame by frame, the video to just see exactly what would be happening in these events, because later you would listen to what other people are saying about what would happen, and it's like completely wrong. They would say, "Oh no, the police went after this guy for this reason, and then this happened and this happened," and I'd be there looking at the video, and be like, "Nope, this is not at all what happened. Like this person went here, and this person went there." So yeah, I'm really good at picking things out, and making a mental model of what is happening in the video, because perspective can get warped by what you're seeing through someone else's camera. The camera is not a cell phone camera is not the human eye. It's not the same, focal length, and the depth of field is all super weird. So if you're going down the truther route, digital forensics is something you should definitely look into. It's extremely interesting.
Some wonderful comments coming out by Rob and Canuck, and take a little trip with me here in the chat, and so on point. How they've been playing with us, the way they had gas lights, and they were like utilizing various different forms of technology. Fax machine, Robbie's mentioning, and I'm inclined, I haven't seen it, but I'm inclined to believe it because I've seen lots of technology. They had all these adverts running for incubation, and that there were children available, and there's a big story about the mud flood. Here in Cape Town, where I am, let me tell you, this is the southern tip of Africa. When you go into Cape Town Center, there are places where you can go and have a drink and eat supper and look out of a window to see under the earth. There's under earth. And you're sitting in this building going, that's what you do when you build a building, right? You build a building and you build downwards and you think, well, some windows, please. And you put in windows, even if you're looking at the soil and the grit and the foundations. That's just what you do. I noticed the same thing in England. I've noticed the same thing just about everywhere where I've gone. In India, there's all these temples under the ground. Oh no, people built temples underground, because that's where you build temples, right? You dig down into the earth and you build a temple in the ground, especially in a place where there's a monsoon and it's going to flood every year. Makes perfect sense. The same way that we built cities. The same way when you walk up London, pick a street. Pick a street in London and walk up the road and notice how many windows are at the level of your feet. You can't kick a football in London without breaking a window. And I'm not even talking about lifting the football off the ground. You see, so and this is a global phenomenon. To try and pretend that there wasn't a mud flood would be like a bump on the head, because there's a lot of actual photographic evidence of people digging out cities that we know. I've seen a lot of it, and a lot of this is, I believe, being verified by people that study the photographs as if they haven't been doctored. And so when you add that up to what you've seen with your own eyes and what I can go into Cape Town, not far from here in Simonstown, I can see evidence of it. And they sort of closed off the layers down. So how big was the mud flood? Because it obviously hit Cape Town, it hit England, it hit America. If it hit Cape Town, southern tip of Africa, it hit India. Where didn't it hit? So there must have been some fairly extensive flooding. And I don't believe the Great Flood. Great Flood, I think, happened a long time ago. Then there's the story about the coins, of course, right? Look at the coins. They don't add up. Coins go from this century, and then the coins don't change at all, right? The 4th century coins don't change at all. They're exactly identical to the 14th century coins, right? Oh, but it gets more interesting. The 16th century coins are the same as the coins from the 600s. Oh, but they're different to the coins from the 400s and the 1400s. And so you can literally see, it's almost like you've got two timelines running side by side. Yeah. The under the 10 and the above the 10. And you can literally see that a lot of the coins seem like they've had a ones added to them. And certain, even the way the ones have been added, as if they've been added in a different way. Some of the coins have like what is a little bar line before the number. And then the other coins don't have that bar line, but the coin's identical, but it's got a 1 instead of that bar line. Almost like they just took those coins and stamped them out in order to create potentially 100 years. Then we do know that there was an issue with the dating. We do know for a fact that the dating was higgledy-piggledy. So what happened? How did they fix the dates? Because we were told that in the 1800s they adjusted the dates, right? And they corrected it. And they were like, don't worry, we've corrected the dates. We were like, oh, thank you. No evidence. What a beautiful little girl. Hello, Petra. Look at that little smile. Hi. So what have we got here, brother?
Oh, I was just saying hello. This is this beautiful town that I was showing you the other day. There's no names here. Like, there's no names. This place is in the middle of nowhere, completely broken off from everything. There's no names here. This is Google Earth. Check Google Earth. See any names? Nothing. No captures, no pictures. You can't walk. You can't see anything here. Nothing. Like, literally in the middle of nowhere. Let's say it's about, okay, here we go. Let's say it's about, where's the 20 kilometers? That can't be right. Anyway, another thing I wanted to show you quickly. Just have a look here. Is this a Suez Canal? No, I want to go. I think it's over here. Luckily, it's got a, yeah, Gulf of Ricardo. Okay, you saw how big this place is, right? Now, it's, yeah. Okay, now it doesn't end. Hang on. Just getting it back. Anyway, you can go on Google Earth for yourself and have a look at the Gulf of Ricardo. Look around the whole coastline of the Gulf of Ricardo. You'll see. Oh, okay, there we go. They're buffering me now. Look at how beautiful it is. And then this is also just sections of destroyed whatever, and then you get beautiful again. Everything is just beautiful, but very badly looked after.
Hey,
Very badly looked
Franklin.
after. Think of it now. You
before-
see how big this is? Look how big it is. There we go. That's how big one block is. Okay, it's there and around there, basically, and it just keeps going. They don't stop all the way around the Gulf of Aqaba, and they don't stop. You'll see the most fascinating things. You're like, what on earth is this? What is this? Who would put this here? What is that even?
Oh, it's like air.
In the middle of nowhere, yeah. That's it. This is where it is, basically the Gulf of Aqaba.
I think what he's trying to
Concave.
suggest is that maybe they've lied to us about the datings of the Sumerian time. Maybe it's much closer to
Oh,
history than we
definitely.
assume. And this millennial 1,000 years that they've taught us about in Tartaria stories might not be true, might be true. I mean, I don't know what's true. I don't pretend to know. I just know that there's been a lot of BS offered to us. There's a lot of evidence that the world isn't what we've been told it is, that history isn't the way it's been presented. There's a lot of unexplainable buildings and ruins that are just not historically documented. And it just seems like, yeah, exactly, Rob. Timelines are totally off, and we don't know what the truth is. And I don't believe it's by accident. I believe it's by design. I mean, you look at a lot of these buildings. He's been sending me all these places he finds in deserts, and they all have a similar kind of a look to them, a similar kind of a
Just
design
look. All you need,
aesthetic.
just look at them. It's undeniable. Look how big this is. This is absolutely humongous. That's huge. Sorry, sorry, brother. Didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just.
You were going to
amazed.
ask
I'm
something,
amazed.
Jeremy?
Oh yeah. I was just gonna ask you. I remember you. I forget where you said it, but I heard you talking about. You had some sort of communication with beings in the earth, or underneath the surface of the earth, and I was just hoping that you could tell us that story again.
Okay. So I had been in communication with beings that weren't physical for a long time. Now we're talking about the mid 90s. And they were the first group of beings that I'd been with had informed me that they were from Pleiades. And I'd been connected to them for a long time. And I never doubted them because they had taught me a lot. And they taught me a lot about how to the energy bodies and how the energy bodies work. And yeah, man. and I had a friend, Calvin, and I wanted him to meet them because he had shared ESP experience with me since we were 12, and he had also learned how to turn on his telepathy. So we were able to communicate without, over distances, without talking and stuff like that. So he also had a history of it, but he had gone down drugs and he had sort of switched it off. And I wanted to help him reactivate his innate abilities that he'd had when he was a boy. And I never told him about the Pleiadians specifically. What I used to do is I used to call them. And when I used to call them telepathically, they would start to come. And when they were coming, Calvin would have reactions. And he would say, no, I don't want you to bring them. Don't make them come here. Don't make them come. And he was scared of them. And so I could never bring them near him. And it was interesting how he always knew when I'd called them. So he was still sensitive, but he just didn't want to acknowledge, he didn't want to go into it. And so I started to doubt them. They had introduced me and they had taught me how to fall out of my body and go through what it seemed like I was traveling through a portal. I never knew where I was. But they had taught me that there was a group of beings that could help me. And what I had to do was I had to practice a particular type of a meditation. And I would find myself spinning. And I would be spinning and falling out of my body. And I would be spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. I'd feel like I'm falling and spinning downwards, down like a... Imagine you're going down a tube of a drain and you're spinning with the water. That kind of spinning feeling, like you're going around in circles. And I wasn't sure where I was. It felt like I was going through some kind of a translation portal. And I always assumed I was going through a portal. But what I noticed was that the beings were physical. And I was like, this is weird. And I would end up on these long slab tables, and these beings would work with me and teach me about my different etheric aspects of my etheric body. And so they were, because I'd been working with the Kabbalah for some time, they would teach me about the different sephirot and how they worked and how I could remodulate the vibrations from each energy center. And I'd been involved when I was very young. Since I was 12, I'd met interesting people that had directed my development along certain lines. And I'd been informed that I was they called me a manifestational medium. So they wanted me around. And so I'd always been brought into different mystery schools, into inner circles very quickly. I'd go to a place and I'd sense who the people were, and I'd make a telepathic connection with someone in the space, and they'd bring me into the inner circle because they were like, well, you're already an adept. And so I'd been connected to like a number of different groups that were connected to different mystery schools, some related to the 7 rays system, some related to anthroposophical and theosophical systems, some related to, well, I mean, anthroposophical is essentially a branch of Rosicrucian. But anyway, I had then started connecting with these beings, and I used to fall through a table, fall through the earth, and land on this table, and they would do psychic surgery with me and help me to learn to change and modulate my energy bodies. And I never really knew where I was, but it was very weird because it felt like I was traveling through the center of the earth. And I was like thinking, am I traveling somewhere else? Because I didn't know about Hollow Earth. I hadn't read about this stuff. I didn't know about it. So I was like, there must be some kind of a lens in the middle of the earth where I travel through somewhere, because I didn't feel like I was going somewhere else. I felt like I was spinning and falling into the center of the earth, and suddenly, bang, I'm on a table. And there are these beings around me, and they were quite tall, and they were highly developed psychically spiritual beings. Welcome, Magic LaCroix. Lovely to have you here with everybody. We've got such a wonderful crew here in the chat. So that was my experience in the 90s, the mid 90s of this. And I never really realized what it was. I said goodbye to the Pleiadians after a while because they wanted to do something with me that was going to increase me and improve me. And it was some kind of a change to my DNA. And I was like, whoa, bye-bye. We're done. Thanks. thanks for everything. But like, this is where we draw the line. And I made them go away. I said goodbye to them. And I was still working with the beings down there that they used to wear these white robes as well. They had these huge crystals, and the walls were like, it wasn't like this place. It wasn't like anything you've seen here. In fact, if I'm going to be honest, the buildings seemed more like these Tartarian kind of buildings. They were like round shapes, and they were like it wasn't like this. And there was like a special place where I would fall through what seemed like a tower. into a space which wasn't square. It had like many walls. Like it had like maybe 8 walls or 9 walls in a circle, like a kind of a round room, but not quite round, with lots of different little walls. So, I mean, I wish I could tell you more, but it's when I heard about the Middle Earth theories many years later, I was like, holy crap, that actually makes a lot of sense. I'd heard about these beings and I'd read about Siddhartha, but I'd never really put it into context that it was like in the middle of the earth. I thought it was a secret place in the Himalayas. So yeah, I don't know, to put it that bluntly, Jeremy. I wish I knew more.
No, thank you. That was very interesting. Someone commented on the chat about underwater tunnels or tunnels under Florida, and there's a channel here called Old World Florida. I may have mentioned it before, but the gentleman that runs Old World Florida talks about all things Florida and goes into all the kind of stuff that we're talking about. So I'm going to post that in the YouTube chat there. So I encourage
Post that link.
Yeah,
Old World Florida is a brilliant channel.
Oh yeah.
I've known about that guy since before he had his own channel, when he was in a
for
group
real?
with other people.
That's
When he
awesome.
was young.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I came across him years ago, and I thought, interesting group of people, and he was with 3 other people, and they were doing like a cult show together. But then I saw a little while ago the Old World Florida, and I thought, wow, he's put a lot of work into it. So kudos to him, respect.
Yeah, no, that's I have binged many hours of his videos learning about Florida and his theories about it being like one of the actual Edens on Earth, and about the Gulf Stream and how it goes from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to Finland, and the connection, the Finland connection with Florida and all sorts of stuff. And then one of the most interesting things was the like I said, these underwater caverns. Like the water there comes up from underneath Florida, and it's like a constant, like 72 or 74 degrees. And there was this one guy who made a video. I think Old World Florida posted it, but just diving around the caverns down there, and there are these just enormous, like building size, openings and rooms down there filled with like crystal clear water. And the guy was describing how he can just take his regulator out and just, drink the water, and it's perfect. So I thought that was really cool.
Have a look at this. There's nothing here. But
yeah.
Look at this.
I've got to go. I've got to take off and do the family stuff. So I really appreciate you having me here.
Much love, brother. Take it easy. Travel safe. With love. Blessings.
Cool. I'll talk
Enjoy
to you.
your little girl. If you're about later, you're welcome to pop back.
Oh, absolutely.
Regardless. Take
Appreciate
it easy. Om
Okay.
Shanti.
Take care, guys.
Honored to have you, always. Lovely, brother. Yeah, Rob, you've been like dropping some bombs here, hey? And I think Florida is an interesting place. I think there's a lot of very interesting places in America. I believe, from my research, that America is the land of the giants, and that possibly what happened was there was a migration to America because the rest of the world was. This is all covered in the Sumer tablets. That there was a great war and great poisonous clouds that covered the world and killed all the crops and everything. And I think people went wandering, looking for a place that was the promised land. And I think they found the promised land in the Americas. That's just my impression. Wow, look at some of those ancient ruins, huh? And these are big places. And look at the way that they're designed. The curvature. and the way they seem to follow some kind of a really aesthetic
Okay, so
principles that we've
how
not
you like
been
this?
using.
This is an incredibly massive mansion. I mean, look at how big this place is, okay? Oh, sorry, there we go. Okay, so it's what it says there at the bottom, about 90 meters. Yeah, anyway. Imagine how big this must be.
Yeah. And I think that this all coincides as well with our model of the earth, which I think is another discussion, which I think ties into this, you know. I'm hoping Dan's going to be here soon. Dan is an expert when it comes to the earth shape, concave earth. And, you know, and here's Aaron. Aaron had a very interesting perspective that he wanted to share with us about the flat earth, round earth, concave earth that we're living inside a globe, and hollow earth, and also the simulation, that this reality is a kind of a simulation, and that possibly the simulation isn't uploading around us until it needs to, if that makes sense. And possibly we have quite an influence on the code, proverbial code. I use that word loosely. And when I say simulation, I don't mean like I mean like a consciousness simulation. And it makes a lot of sense when we look at the way the brain works. You know, information's processed through the senses chemically. It's then moved chemically through cables, axons, neurons, between a synaptic network. This is then information is then conducted, changed into a sort of a code pulse frequency that's moved into the brain, and based upon the code pulse frequencies, it's coded, and then it's decoded and recoded in the thalamus, where all of the sensory information gets recoded into a proverbial language that can be interpreted and understood. Wow, that must be pretty old, huh? And this is then sent through the cerebral cortex to the parietal lobes, where reality is manufactured as a dream. So now we're talking about shamanic dream time and how shamanic dream time actually works from a perspective of neuroscience. And that neuroscience completely confirms that shamanic dream time is the nature of reality. And it goes as far as to say that it's between 2 and 4 seconds in the past, depending on the human being's neurological systems. I think it has to do with depending on how much of our neurological systems are wasted by thinking nonsense, or how zen we are. I think when we're more in a state of zen, we're more in tune, and possibly we live closer to the reality. But if you catch a ball in your hand, you caught it between 2 and 4 seconds in the past, but you seem like you caught it now. That is quite a lie if you think about it when it comes to consciousness. So your body that you think is your body is 2 and 4 seconds in the past from true reality, which is the etheric reality as we know it. So I think there's a lot to be considered when we look at this Maya dream time, the neuroscience behind how this all works, and why it is that the sense of smell is so important in religious worship. Wow. Let's stop on that globe on the left. The dome, just we passed. Yo. Now that looks like something very special to me when I see that dome and the way that it seems like it's a kind of a modulator of sorts, very interesting. And a lot of these ancient sites in India seem like they had equipment in them, and there's diagrams on the walls of how this equipment worked.
There
Yeah,
aren't a lot
exactly.
of these.
Kind of.
This is very rare. I very rarely see something this beautiful. This almost looks to me. I feel okay. I might be crazy, but compared to the things we've been uncovering lately, I can't be that crazy. But this looks like a spacecraft type of thing. It doesn't fit anything else I've seen, to be honest.
Yeah, Rob, I reckon that's why, like when you're having an accident, how you see it in slow motion. Anybody that's ever been in an accident knows what I'm talking about. Or if you've ever been in a life-threatening situation, and part of my shamanic training was to be in life-threatening situations. So I noticed how time modulates. Put yourself in a position where you could die and time just about stops, and then it runs very slowly. And you've got a lot of time to consider reality. It's fascinating when you get to that point. And so there's definitely something going on here with the nature of reality and the flow of so-called time. It's almost like we're in a stationary time zone. And yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rob. Like, when something's going to happen. You literally feel it before it's happening. And like, time can slow down. Things can like distort heavily during the experience. And then the experience comes after that. So it's fascinating how the brain is lagging in the reality, the experience that we're in. And fascinating, huh? What are those single little buildings? Look at the beauty of the way things used to be built. We've definitely lost a sense of beautiful architecture. I think as well, when we basically look at these different structures of reality. I mean, I honestly don't know what the shape of the earth is. And I don't pretend to, because to me it's a mysterious event of consciousness experiencing reality. That's how I look at it. So I see reality as being not what it seems anyway, and that we can't really trust our senses because our senses are experiencing the past. And I've learned not to trust my senses completely because, weird as it sounds, they aren't really as rational as they seem. And yeah, man, take a little trip with me. Everything digital, I think, is definitely, I have my doubts of digital as well. Time moves really fast when we are really enjoying ourselves. And when we get into a state of bliss, it seems like time has stopped, but it hasn't stopped. I'll give you an example. You'll be in meditation and you'll go into a state of bliss. And you'll come out and you'll look at the clock and be, oh, 4 hours have passed. Where did they go? I just entered into bliss. It felt amazing. But now 4 hours have passed. Where was I for 4 hours? There's that kind of a sensation of how time stretches and speeds up and condenses within itself according to the experience and the nature. And yeah, exactly what Rob is saying. So I'm also doubtful of AI systems. Wow, look at that. Hold on. Go to that beautiful, just behind you were just there a second ago. That one. That on that little wheel. Yo. Can we zone in on it? You look at that, hey? Tell me that doesn't look like some kind of a cymatic pattern. To my eyes, it looks like a cymatic pattern. And it seems very much to look like the sacred geometry is fully being encompassed there. So, Aaron, what do you think, brother? How does these different perspectives of reality and perceptions of the world as we know it, the shape of the earth, how does it affect our consciousness? Are you with us, Aaron, firstly?
Well, I guess first I would wonder about the Tartaria one because that's kind of what we're discussing now, right? That there's like a evidence of advanced civilizations before us, and our current history does not include that as a aspect of the narrative. And so it seems like in the last, I mean, I'd say especially the last year or two, there's a lot more people that are very interested in the whole Tartaria and alternative history narrative. So how do you think that maybe why did it come on the scene so strongly recently, and how come it's currently so popular? And I don't know how does it like what's the benefit? Like if I'm a person that's coming from the traditional public school NASA Earth model, and then like people are friends or people are trying to introduce me to this, what's the premise, and how could I personally relate to it?
That's an interesting question. And for me, if I look at it, I can only equate it to looking at the Second World War story, right? And I had heard that there were historians that presented an alternative version of history with the Second World War. And I thought, that's interesting. And a particular historian in Austria had written a book. And that historian had been arrested and put in jail for 4 years. And I stopped and I was like, hold a moment. A historian wrote a book questioning the official numbers and story of the histories and got put in jail because of writing a historical book when you're a historian. It didn't make sense to me. So had I not been aware of Tartaria as a child, I would have believed the history they shoveled me as true. Had I believed that history, I think it would have been easier for them to control my mind and the way I think. I was less conditioned than other children because I didn't believe their history. So I doubted everything they taught me. And so when they told me how to behave, I doubted that that was the correct way to behave. When they told me what to believe, I doubted that was the correct thing to believe. Everything they told me, I doubted. I started to develop an intense doubt of the government, an intense doubt of the powers that be. And it made me think for myself more acutely because I didn't know the answers. But I knew that there seemed to be an agenda to make me want to believe things. And because of this, when I watched Hollywood films, I was less taken in by their films because I doubted those films myself. I would consider that and I would think, hold on, if they've lied to us about this in history, if they've lied to us about that, then they've probably lied to us about science. So in school, I threw the textbook out the window and I stopped dealing with physics textbooks. So as a result, in 1990, I had a cosmological appreciation of reality as a multiverse. And I was telling my teachers, this is how I think reality is. And to me, reality was a multiverse of stacked parallel universes, and that what we considered gravity and magnetism was energy leaving, and that was coming out in another universe in the forms of electricity and light. And then out of that universe, gravity and magnetism were leaving, and they were coming out in another universe. And I imagined them to be stacked in series. And so these were the ideas that I was explaining to my teachers when I was like 13, back in 1990. And was 19, maybe 12, 13. And so I didn't believe all of the Newtonian stories they taught me. When they tried to show me the double split experiment, I said, well, there's got to be more. Like, it seems like these things are reacting to the human consciousness. So to me, it seemed that the universe must be conscious, that God must be real as a child. And I think they wanted us to believe that there was no such thing as God, that we're living in a godless universe, that the universe is pointless, that it started with a big bang, and that we are insignificant little dots. And so I recognized that this was the programming they wanted me to accept. And because I had looked into these alternative, I discovered Tartaria by accident. I didn't know anything about it. I just knew I had it in encyclopedias, and it didn't add up what they told me in school. Then I told them about the collider in Switzerland, and that it was 800 meters long and that they were smashing particles there. And they told me it was a conspiracy theory. And I was like, hold on, that can't be real. That was about 1991, 92. So I was like, I've found out about this collider in Switzerland that had been around since forever. But according to my teachers, it's a lie. It's not in our textbooks. How can that be? Now, if you look up when the collider of CERN was developed, it was in the 50s. But they told us that they had built the collider when? In the 90s. So there's been like some kind of doctoring of information back and forth. If you ask most people when the collider of CERN was developed, it was developed in the last 30 years. But it wasn't. It's not far from a century old. Right? It was developed. They were probably started building it. They were probably working on the plans about 85 years ago. And it was built about 75 years ago. That's like incredible. Why didn't people know about this? So it caused me to doubt the teachers. And I think that if you doubt your teachers and you doubt your history and you doubt your science, it's very hard for them to control the way you think. I don't know, that's my take on the use of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I came to a pretty similar conclusion because looking at the Big Bang evolved from apes, NASA model. I remember when I first heard it as a kid, it just made me feel like really small and insignificant, and it was like this complete confusion. And the programming was almost like they want you to believe that you're in the best possible time of all possible case scenarios for human evolution, and you're just lucky to have been born and manifest in this particular time rather than be in the dark ages and like this very horrific view of maybe like ancient man. And then that way the focus is always kind of on the present. Even if things are bad, there's always something to compare to the past about things being much worse. So it always kind of would keep the mental cycle, be like, oh well, at least I don't live in the dark ages, or at least I'm not in some gulag, or we've got the best possible healthcare of all possible scenarios. And it creates a story, I think, that allows the advanced Tartaria civilization that maybe people have fallen in regards to certain aspects of their evolution, or maybe societies have shifted their intention and the different things that they worship, and that's being reflected in the society, but they want us not to look at that. So I think when I look at the Tartaria, that all of that kind of comes into play, where it's okay, now I've got a story that I can start to use my imagination and craft maybe a different way of interfacing with reality. If now I recognize, there's the potential that people may be manipulating history, and it's really people are battling for control over the narrative, and so they hide history and they play psychological games and they play these different power struggles. And so that's why some of our history has been covered up, and so that makes a lot more sense to me logically than having to go and try to wrap my brain around the Big Bang evolved from fungal matter, that there's no spiritual aspect, that there's no interaction with the divine aspect. And so I think the Tartaria is a good kind of step towards embracing and maybe like an older perspective, because I look at the architecture from a lot of the old buildings, and for me it demonstrates the passion of a divinely aligned individual, or a society that's willing to create those structures and dedicate their entire lives to building things, or creating different artwork, or they have the knowledge of these different astrological and kind of cosmic cycles that maybe they were dealing with preserving the human race after cataclysmic type events, and it just, the orientation of the people to create those things seems divinely kind of inspired, like maybe their focus was in the right direction versus the product of our modern architecture and cities. If you look back on it, I don't think we would look like a species that went through a time where we were divinely inspired. Probably quite the opposite.
Totally, brother. I totally feel you. And I feel the people in the chat are basically, mentioning some like gold nuggets, like Antarctica is a part of the story. And, that's where we start to really question the shape of the earth as it's been taught to us. It might be that the earth is much bigger than we think, and that they've shown us a small part of the earth as a map, and that the earth is so much bigger, and they don't want us to know about the rest of the earth because there's other civilizations out there. And they've sort of hemmed us in to like a one country that they've broken up into lots of little states, that they've manipulated us with wars and finances and all sorts of nonsense to keep us stupid. And there definitely seems to be a dumbing down of humanity, sad to say. The internet seemed like it was a wonderful discovery of the potential to share knowledge and information, but it seems to be, in a sense, making people become more docile. I mean, they would never, ever have gotten away with what they did in 2020 in 1980, right? The 1980 population would not have stood for it. They would have said, screw bugger you, I'm not staying in my home. You know what I mean? They've really had to control us to make us so like compliant that we'd be like, what? We must stay at home. Okay. I'll stay at home. Okay. Where in 1980, no one would have taken it seriously. They would have just said, yeah, right. I'm going out. I'm going to the shop. And everybody would have been out on the street, and the cops wouldn't have been able to do anything about it because everybody's out. No, if nobody plays along, they can't control you, right? But they had to make everybody ready for this fear. And, I do think there's talk about multiple timelines. And I do tend to take that quite seriously because the nature of reality being what it is. If sperm split off into two lines, if molecules split off into two lines, it could be that there's two timelines moving parallel to each other that will at some later stage coalesce into one. What a concept. And it sort of adds up when you look at the occult cosmologies and philosophies. When you consider them closely, and I've always thought in the back of my mind that humanity is going to split into two. One side of humanity is going to go, okay, so the agenda, 2045.com. If you don't know about it, Google 2045.com and read it. Read it and weep. Literally weep. The agenda for humanity. Oh my gosh. They want to engineer better bodies for us. And it's not just some crackpot. These are people with lots of money invested, with lots of top scientists working on it. I believe that the Neuralink technology that Tesla's playing with, a lot of the research comes from these crews. So I believe that Tesla's rise from being a 6 billion to 350 billion is largely due to him getting involved with these groups. And it's a Russian oligarch that's on point with the 2045. The Dalai Lama has agreed to have his body replaced by a better body, and it's perfectly spiritually okay. Give me a new body. Why should I die? This is their mission. And so transhumanism is, we can't have this conversation of mind control and why the history has been taken from us. If you take someone's history from them, it's easier to make them believe that we're a bunch of violent, aggressive beings that can't control ourselves. Can't, wow, look at that, hey? Can't regulate ourselves, and we need to be governed, right? Otherwise, people would have questioned, well, why do we need a government? They don't actually do anything for us. We need to have medical services, so we create a medical board of doctors. We need to have this. We could quite easily govern ourselves, if you think about it, having separate different governing facilities that govern separate parts. But no, okay, I'll give you the example. Windows operating system, for those of you that write code, and you'll probably be able to know 10,000 times better than me, is one administrator controlling all the different aspects of software, like the government that we have. But Linux, Unix-based software, each governs its own division. So if one part of your Linux software becomes corrupted or infected by a virus, it doesn't spread to the rest of Linux. And so you can actually go in and fix that one part and have it working again. But with Windows, when you get a virus in Windows, it goes to the root administrator that basically controls everything. And that one, the way that it's written is sort of like a taproot that controls everything, as opposed to an adventurous root system where if one part of the root gets infected, you just cut it away and replace it, regrow it. So it's an interesting concept of the way that we've become so centralized in our governance. And I don't think this could have happened without them changing our perceptions of ourselves and our worldview. And like you said very deftly, like, they wanted us to believe that this present is the best that we've ever had. That they wanted us to believe that our history is full of wars. That's all we ever did. What is our history about when you open history books? War. One war after another war after another war after another war after another war. And very often you hear hysteria and saying, well, it was one tribe having a conflict with another tribe. Oh, I thought it was a huge war. No, it was a tribal conflict between two tribes. And it's exaggerated. So it's interesting how, we've been... AIDS was worse than COVID. I believe that. Speak about AIDS. There was a Nobel Prize winner that went to research in Africa, and he was one of the most respected geneticists of the era. And he had researched, virologists. Sorry, I said geneticists. He had researched where AIDS had started, and he had found a cadaver of a kind of a monkey that he claimed was a smoking gun. And he had claimed that it had been a corporation that had actually researched and created it like a weapon. And he was about to release that information to the whole world. And he had called a big meeting. And he was on his way to take that cadaver to London to reveal his findings to the whole world when he died mysteriously of a heart attack, having had no previous medical condition. And the cadaver disappeared. What was his name? Anybody in the chat, if you know this story, hit him in here. This is information that I came across many years ago, maybe like 15, 20 years ago. But it's interesting. Like you mentioned AIDS. I believe that AIDS was a weapon that was weaponized. If any of you had known me in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18 or 2011, I would have been telling you about how America and England were going to manufacture a weapon in China and release it into the world, and that it was going to be a global martial law element. And the evidence was there. Even Hillary Clinton had gone to the White House in 2017 to complain about the fact that England and America were developing weapons in Wuhan, and that they were using the COVID strain to develop into a weapon, and that she didn't believe that there was enough oversight. And she had the evidence of the finances that were financing this research, and that she believed that it was going to end up in the hands of private industrial corporates, and that there wouldn't be any government oversight, and that there was a very big danger to humanity. She also believed that there was a potential for it to, get released into the world by accident or through any means. And this is in 2017. And this was a congressional hearing in America. So I don't agree with her. I don't like her husband. Anybody that smokes and doesn't inhale loses my respect. You either smoke or you don't smoke. You keep it real, you keep it true. You don't have to smoke to impress other people. If you're the kind of person that's a faker, that's going to smoke but not inhale in order to impress other people, you're a liar. Or if you're going to lie about it and say, I smoked but I didn't inhale, you're a liar. You either smoked or you didn't. And I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Yeah. So you know what I'm saying?
I got you had mentioned, what was it, I think, like, when we look at the Tartaria type worldview, when I start to entertain it more, what the message I get is you're kind of moving away from, oh, there's just a corrupt government. Things can get fixed like the legal way. People get kind of confused. There's just some bad actors. Everybody's kind of in this state of confusion, but it's the best possible scenario in case of all time. And people are already kind of, I think, angered with the level of power that's exerted on them with that level. But then moving towards Tartaria, it's like, well, it's not only that, but they've also manipulated the base of your history, so now you can't even be fully certain where you come from as people, and they have the power to do that and to play mental games, I guess, with entire populations. And it seems like there's a gap, because it's like, well, if you're taking that perspective, shouldn't we be even more upset? And also, if we're limited to just a certain area on Earth, and maybe Earth is much larger than it really is, and there could be advanced civilizations underground or on the outside that we don't even have access to. So then I think of it, well, it's not only are we cut off, from just having a corrupt government, but there could be entire other areas of reality that we're not even allowed to experience, because that's the level of peasant type class that we're viewed as, and versus the elites that potentially have access to go to these places. And so I would think that, man, the people should be even more upset about that than if they had maintained the old worldview. But I don't really see that reflected, I guess, in the perspectives. It's all, the focus on the details, and which is great. I think there's a lot of evidence, but for me, I don't need to get too wild with it. I can go to old cities in the US and travel around and pretty clearly, see the evidence of the mud floods, or like, why is the construction like this, or why can't we create these old buildings, or seeing divinely inspired cathedrals and stuff. That's pretty much all the evidence, I need that, okay, there's definitely some gaps in this narrative. I can definitely entertain this perspective, and I've got real evidence. I don't know. So so my question, open, is, why doesn't it seem like people are more upset about it? And it just seems like they kind of get focused on the details and the cool story part of it.
Some people just don't like being wrong, or they don't like change.
I think another thing could be, let me give you an insight to where I'm coming from. If you don't want the truth to come out, right, and there is an agenda, hypothetically, let's just roll with that for a minute as a possibility. To me, it seems evident, but I could be wrong, right? Always got to recognize I could very well be wrong. We can always be wrong. We're humans. We make mistakes. It's what we're good at. So, but let's just roll with it. Roll with that punch for now and go, okay, let's hypothetically say that there is a huge agenda, right? And that they are trying to control us and take our history away from us and shape the way we think and everything. Then when we start to discover a little bit of truth about our past, they would come and embody it. They'd be like, okay, you want to hear the word Tartaria? We'll give you Tartaria. And it's something Rob was saying earlier. Rob doesn't believe in Tartaria. And I think the reason Rob might not believe in Tartaria is because maybe much of what we've heard about Tartaria is fiction. maybe they've turned it into like people used to wear pointy hats in the old days. Hypothetically, this is like a metaphor. And so they come and say, yes, they used to wear pointy hats, they rode unicycles, and they used to go around juggling and shooting streamers. And the truth is that people just wore pointy hats. But now we're looking at the story of pointy hats and unicycles and juggling and streamers, and it's becoming confusing. And now we want to believe the whole 9 yards of pointy hats with unicycles and streamers, and life was a circus. Maybe life wasn't a circus. Maybe the pointy hats was true. But now that we can't believe the whole world was everybody on unicycles with streamers and juggling. That doesn't make sense. So we now have to throw the baby out of the bathwater and go, well, maybe the pointy hats was nonsense too. I think this is how. What do you think? You actually did a wonderful video on this, and for those of you that haven't seen it, go and look at Aaron's channel. Just go into my recommended channels and click Aaron. You'll see his face there. Go and check it out. He did one about 2 months ago. I could be wrong, but just go and look in his videos about what we're talking about. Aaron, I'd love for you to tell me what you think. Could this be that?
Well, the other aspect I was thinking about was like reflecting on how I felt as a kid growing up with the public school NASA Earth model and how it made me feel very small and insignificant, like cut off from the divine connection. Like there was no way for me to have a direct relationship. And then with the Tartaria, I'm trying to imagine what if I was a child and this was the world I was born into, and then the narrative I'm given, for the first time with not having the adult level framework and life experience was that we were an advanced human species and we were somehow taken over, and all of our history was rewritten and we were conquered as a species, and now we have fallen from our previously divinely inspired nature where we actually potentially did rebel against things, and now we do not rebel to the extent that our entire psychology can be manipulated and changed. And so I almost think like, the globe earth model I would say would be more best possible. We live in the best possible times of all scenarios, constant confusion, cut off from the divine connection. But, then the other part of it would be now it almost seems like we're more in a defeatist type position. And so that's always been kind of one of the things that I struggle with on the Tartaria side. It just doesn't feel right. Like if I have to enter that, it doesn't feel right. And then also if I'm going to believe in reincarnation, well, both of them, if we're setting up to have this dystopian future where we've even got evidence like in Saudi Arabia, I think they're building that first smart entire city that's going to have millions of the line in the desert, that lion city. Well, if I believe in reincarnation, that also means that in the future I could be reincarnated to live in that potential environment. And so that is not an environment, I think would be something I would want to reincarnate into. So then I would want the society, I guess, to be able to recognize that we should fight to have a certain environment that is and narrative and worldview that is aligned to the individual cultivation as well as society connected towards nature and the divine. And so then the reason I say all of that is the third aspect I bring in would be more of the divine consciousness, the cosmic consciousness, a Gaia Earth, where maybe there's a whole different narrative outside of kind of that cycle of the globe Earth, flat Earth. I'm not very familiar with concave Earth or the Tartaria model, and I try to recreate some things that make it easier, I guess, for me to operate with all of the spiritual experiences I have, some belief in maybe a reincarnation, maybe not the same way I think people normally view it, but I definitely have to entertain that aspect and creating like the worldview. So that's I think I'll leave it there so I get enough kind of feedback to make sure I don't lose my point.
Wow, Pope and Dope showing us some pretty amazing images here of just what's out there. It just doesn't end, does it? And I totally love what you say. It makes a lot of sense. You know, this utopian future that they're trying to sell us in terms of the model of like this is what we're going to be stuck with. And I agree as well on many levels. I do think, you know, Rob mentions he doesn't like the name Tartaria. I've always wondered whether Tartaria was just a big country that existed. And according to what I've been able to dig up, is there was a massive country called Tartaria, and Russia went to war with Tartaria and blew them up. Now we've romanticized Tartaria to be this divine place, but apparently Tartaria might not have been such a divine place. It might have been another country, not USSR. Sorry, Russia. What we call USSR seems, from my research, to have been a remnant of the Bolshevik Revolution, which was really a Zionist takeover, from what I've been able to research. And I doubt the numbers presented by the Second World War. I've seen an alternative story presented about the Nazis, which blew my mind, right? Blew my mind. Carlyle sent me a whole lot of documentaries, and I watched those documentaries with an open mind, and I really could not pick holes in a lot of what they were saying, and I double checked a lot of it, and it's accurate. Hitler did make an arrangement with for what has become Israel to be another state. Not a state, sorry, a province that wasn't going to be managed by the West. It was going to be managed by the local people in their own country. And it was a safe haven for Jews to go. And Hitler funded it. And that like blew my mind. It was like, they didn't tell us in his history, did they? That Hitler funded it, and that it wasn't supposed to be a state called Israel. It was supposed to be a province. And that when you look at a lot of Hitler's speeches, he's asking people to vote for him, which is like, for me, that's quite mind-blowing. Okay. So I got the impression that Hitler was like, didn't need people to vote for him. But in all of his speeches, he's actually asking people to vote for him, which is interesting. And he speaks about having to go out and basically seemed like there was a concern about a Zionist takeover of the world, and that the Bolshevik Revolution was a Zionist takeover of Russia, which then turned into the USSR, which is where the great atrocities of the world were actually committed. And many of those atrocities were then lumped onto Hitler's plate, which I was like, wow, could that be true? But now I've noticed in the last 5 years, there have been a number of the sites that were attributed to Hitler. And when they dig them up and the forensic scientists go and research it, they say, actually, this was not done by Germans. This was done by the Bolsheviks. It was like, what? The USSR did it. But then why did Hitler get credit for it? 2 years later, they dig up another mass grave. Oh, it's another Nazi grave. No, actually, it wasn't a Nazi grave. It was a Bolshevik grave. The USSR did it. And there was another one dug up just another year and a half ago. Same story. Hundreds of thousands of people. Turned out a lot of the people in these graves were Germans. I was like, wow. Germans laying next to Jews. The Jews had apparently left their posts for the USSR to join the Russian, the German army. Why would the Jews be joining the German army? Because the German army was apparently promising them that they were going to get rid of the Zionists, because the Zionists were exporting the Jews to the slave camps, the death camps. And the death camps were not in Germany. The death camps, the real death camps, were in Siberia. And that most of the people that were sent to the death camps were German soldiers and Jews. So the Bolshevik Jews were all being exported to the death camps. So when you start looking at that alternative version of history, it suddenly makes sense. Why did Hitler try and fight a war on 3 fronts? He seemed to be like a really good strategist up until the end of the war. What happens when you've got two people that have made an alliance with you and that you're fighting against the Bolsheviks, and they are supposed to supply your lines, and they're supposed to help you militarily? You go out there, you're the lead, and then they turn their back on you, cut you off, and start shooting you in the back. That's what it looks like what happened, but that's not the official story. The big story was that Hitler was basically the best strategist ever, one of the top strategists ever, with really sound military strategy, and then he suddenly just got drunk and did like really stupid things. It doesn't add up. And when you see the alternative histories, it actually makes more sense. And then when you take into account that Palestine was supposed to be managing this province, and this province was funded by Hitler primarily. England put money into it too. And that you then go and look at the old statements by William Churchill about how they had to stand against the Zionists that were ruling over the world, overtaking the world, and that the Zionists were basically getting into Russia and the Bolsheviks were basically winning. And once the Bolsheviks took charge of Russia, they took charge of that whole bloc, and they basically turned that bloc into a Zionist. That's what the Zionists want. It's their handiwork. So, and the Zionists are not Jews. People want to blame the Jews for what the Zionists have done. The Zionists are an organization that are connected to, what was that guy's name? He was a Jewish prophet, considered by many to be the true Messiah. And Frankism was an offshoot of his Shabbatai. No? Was his name Shabbatai? Anybody is just ringing a bell? I think his name was Shabbatai. And he was basically, his philosophies were that you must infiltrate all the religions. You must infiltrate all of the states. You must infiltrate all of the education systems. You must infiltrate, go and pretend to be a Christian. Go and pretend to be this. Every different state in the world. We want world domination. We want to turn the world into a Zionist model. And the Zionist model was quite scary. World dominion. The New World Order seems to be what we're looking at. So when we start to look at all of this, we've got to ask questions like, wow, so what was Frankism? When we research what Frankism is, it blows our minds. Like, my gosh, this is scary stuff. And this is who the Zionists, these matured to become the Zionists, and this is the Bolshevik Revolution. So I think that they've sold us a lie about the Second World War. I don't know what's the full truth. I can't pretend to, but I do see there's too many contradictory pieces of evidence to the popular narrative they've sold us. This makes sense why when a historian researches it and writes a book questioning the popular narrative, they quickly take him and throw him in jail in Austria. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think I also don't think that the outcome of the world wars was necessarily the way that I read about in the history books and in public school. Because also looking at the present state of society, if we were facing some sort of devastating threat and evil and we eradicated it, I would expect that the present state of society would be much more elevated, I guess, than the way it looks now, where it's like, I don't recall from the past where we were undergoing kind of constant psychological and spiritual warfare across the entire planet. So I think something has kind of gotten a little off the rails along the way, and maybe things didn't go quite as expected and well as we were told in the world wars. And what's the other thing I was going to say? Shoot, I can't remember now.
Yeah, exactly. But like you say, there's definitely more to the story, and we haven't been given. And they say that history.
Oh, I just remembered.
Yes.
It was they don't focus enough on the the like communist infiltration of the United States and the government and all of the different operations that they were using in the culture, where when I read that aspect, I was like, this is the most important element of the entire war, because I was of the belief, growing up, that this happened only overseas and it never really came back to the US. But then I read Whitaker Chambers was one of the most impactful books that I read early on in my journey, and learned more about how the US was, supplying just the whole military industrial complex, I guess, how they were profiting from the various world wars. And instead of aiding, US troops, they instead sent supplies over to Russia, and the communists had various political positions, and how because like in my mind, the design of kind of the darker side, or the communist type side of government structure, is it's very much based on deception. And so you've got to constantly be deceiving the different layers and having a narrative where nobody quite understands the whole picture. That's like the basis of how kind of the different levels of secrecy and government kind of clearance works, is it allows you to have layers of illusion and Maya in order to spin kind of an orb of an entire culture towards a direction. And that in that recipe, so reading Whitaker Chambers, he was describing what it was like to work for the government as in the Communist Party, trying to get out and embrace a more divine structure. And so he describes his interactions with different people, and how that worldview had eroded the human to human connection. And it was just constant layers of deception, fearful of being imprisoned. And it really kind of helped highlight that, hey, if you adopt this worldview, this is over a long enough period of time, this is the end result of what the human experience is like, being in that constant fear state. And then so I read that, and I was like, wow, that has a lot of similarities to how I feel and what it is like for me, having to break outside of the normal mainstream culture while being faced with all of the different pressures from going against that narrative. And so it's like, well, why weren't we taught about that part of it in school? Because that was all the evidence that I need in order to be able to recognize, I guess, what is the egregore that is, this worldview running its course over a long period of time.
Beautifully put, brother. Beautifully put. I couldn't have put it better, And this is exactly what Churchill was going on about. Churchill was severely concerned that corporations were being taken over by Zionist agendas, which were basically socialism. This whole agenda of socialism seems to have been this remnants of this Shabbatean cult, Frankists, that created Zionism, that basically, so most of the people that were in charge of the USSR, curiously, were Jews. But they weren't just Jews, they were specific types, Zionists. And they got their own philosophy, their own ideology. That means it's okay to kill someone if they're not from your circle. For example, it's not a crime morally, just as an idea, which goes against traditional religious principles. And so I think sadly, they've given Judaism a bad name, the Zionists, right? Because Judaism, I lived in Israel for a long time, and I tell you what, Jews were beautiful people, very divinely inspired and spiritual people. And then there's this narrative of Zionism that somehow has polluted it. But when you actually meet the Jewish people, they don't think of themselves as being the chosen race or special or anything. They're actually very humble. When you actually, just go and live in Israel, you'll meet a lot of really beautiful people. So for me, I feel it's really sad what's happened. And I think that there's definitely a lot that we don't know when it comes to this. And I'm just, the First World War must be equally confusing. One has to wonder what happened in the First World War. What was that about? Because now I'm just starting to doubt what the winners of history told us, because they tried the First World War. They couldn't get control. They failed. They were beaten. They went back, they hid away, and then they relaunched themselves again, having infiltrated other mechanisms. And I believe they entered into the banks. This is what Churchill was talking about, being concerned about the banks being taken over by a group of Zionists. They kept going on about it. So we look at who's in control of the world now: the banks. And no government can even burp, fart, breathe, or do anything without financially being advised, right? So financial policy is at the heart of every political discussion. And who controls financial policy other than the banks? Investment, money, So it's all these Forbes corporations that have basically got all their big investments in these JP Morgans and those characters of the world. And those are the people that really control the world. And we saw it when the arm prick adventure came around, right? The governments were having meetings with all of the people. Like, who did the American president sit down with? Microsoft. What? The CEO of Microsoft. What has he got to do with world health? What is Elon Musk got to do with world health? Why were these people involved in policy decisions? Why were they taken into American president's Oval Office to have discussions about policies, about how to deal? Why were they even notified? Why were these just civilians taken into confidence for something which involves national security? It doesn't add up. Unless those people are the ones who've got a lot of big investments in JP Morgan and such, and those kind of corporations. So I think that you're completely right that the socialist agenda has been basically, I think that the socialists won the war. The true Nazis, I'm using that word loosely because I don't know what the word Nazi really means anymore. But it seemed that a lot of people were willing to die for Hitler, which I find very strange. A lot of people in Germany, and let's look at another thing, right? We hear about the atrocities of the Second World War. Which were the biggest atrocities? From what I've heard, is that there were carpet bombing of all the German cities. After the men had left to go to war and the women and children were at home, they were bombed by England, France, and the so-called Allied forces. That to me is atrocious terrorism. And the way in which these carpet bombing, flame bombing episodes were taken, they describe in many of these cities that they had fire hurricanes as a result of how much incendiary bombing they had carpet bombing in these cities, that the people that went into bomb shelters, they died of asphyxiation because all of the air had been sucked out of the bomb shelters. So those that didn't burn to death on the streets were killed by asphyxiation. And this happened right across Germany. And women and children were the targets, essentially. So when you look at exactly who did a lot of the wrongdoings, England and France, their hands were as dirty as anybody's. But we don't hear about that. And so then they created the wall. Pink Floyd had a lot to say about that. East Berlin and West Berlin. What kind of a sick, demented social experiment was that? They controlled Germany and they turned East Germany into a poverty-stricken zone, built a wall, and made West Germany rich. Europe was in control. Germany was broken after the war. England, France, and the rest of Europe basically stepped in and decided how to run Germany. And they put the wall in there. They were the engineers. They were the reason why the war was.
It seems like a lot of the wars are kind of intentionally set up not only to make money, but to like lay the foundation and groundwork for future plans. and I think a lot of the modern wars seem to be that way, and it's almost like they've lost the narrative that it used to be. Kind of like, the way I remember growing up believing about the military and wars was, and U.S. politics. It was like, well, we may be overstepping, but it's because we allow other countries to do what they want to do as long as they don't infringe upon certain kind of human rights that would lead to devastating destruction. And so it's like, okay, that's what they're doing. But now if you look at any of the wars, it's like that narrative just does not apply at all. It's clearly in the best interest of aligning different, political, corporate, whatever culture type leaders in order to set up an agenda, lay the groundwork for the next monopolies and shifts in business. Because they kind of do that, and also it's like another layer of kind of control for the whole society. Because I was just talking with a friend that my opinion with the manipulation of like energy prices and stuff, is kind of like your variable way to tax citizens without actually taxing them. So it'd be like, well, I have to, tax everybody at 30% or whatever. If I need an extra 10% in order to fund my project or to balance my national budget, I can't just be like, oh, you got to pay 40% tax. But what I can do is I can manipulate the energy prices in a way that I get my extra 10% while telling people I kept your tax rate at 30%. And that's how I view, that other throttle of control that we don't think about if we're always just kind of focused on the small things. I always try to expand them and view, well, what does that look like if I'm the guy that's behind the wheel? So that way I can start to envision, what does it look like if these different elements or these different narratives, especially when we're talking about the structure of reality and Earth itself, that's a level of conversation that we have to have because we don't quite know, and there's a reason why we don't know. So what does it look at, stepping back, analyzing why we have to have a discussion on all these different aspects.
Pope and
Yeah,
Dope.
sorry guys. It looks like they nuked me.
On mute, Franklin.
Pope and Dope, are you with us, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. How are you? Can you hear me? Hello?
You're just a little quiet.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my Google Earth decided to go down. I'm still waiting for
By
it
the
to
way,
refresh.
Pope and Dope is so good at using Google Earth, they're trying to ban him.
Look here. They tell me this. Oh, just can you see my camera? It says graphics, rendering, context lost, and I've got a GTX 1650 Ti. There's no way this can render my graphics card. It's a really good one. Okay, let's
That's
try
an
and
i7 processor, by the way.
refresh.
That's a gaming processor. Yeah. And that processor comes with a fairly decent onboard graphics. Well,
Hold on.
maybe because we called them out on it, they brought it back.
I'm also running Alienware. But yes, this thing is insane. It's octa-core. It can run up to about 4.5 gigahertz boosted. There's one button boost. There she starts up. Very, very nice laptop. I really enjoy it. You just put it off because it gets a bit noisy.
I've
can
got a
control
similar
basically.
processor and they're pretty fast. Mine is the other one, 7th generation, whatever, 7, I forget. But what do you think about what Aaron was saying, brother? Did you manage to catch it all?
I'm just gonna put my camera off for a second so I can have a smoke. There we go. No, I can relate to many things that Oren says. It is Oren, right? Oren.
Yes.
Oh, did it put my? Oh, sorry, this app is being very weird. When I put my camera off, I couldn't hear you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
My problem is I can't connect very. I don't find a connection to my soul, or I don't feel that I'm very well connected that way. That's why I was actually gonna arrange to come past and see you in Simonstown at some point, so that you can maybe understand what I mean. But it's not. I don't. It's. I don't. The way I think comes automatically. I don't process what I say. So sometimes I do kind of go off the, what we're basically talking about. But yeah, maybe the two of you could help me connect better that way, so that maybe I can also understand who I was in the previous lifetime and all that type of stuff. Kind of connect to my DNA strand better, so that I can, apparently, you can basically, through your own consciousness, read down your own DNA strain all the way up to your first ancestor. And I'm sorry, these dogs are going to make a lot of noise now. You want to carry on for me, brother?
Yeah, by all means, brother. I would say that there's definitely a lot to be said about ancestors, and that they've taught us junk DNA, part of the lie. And I think this is why I question so much. Everything they've told me, I've questioned. They say the Earth's round. Okay, so there's a very interesting experiment that was done. What was the experiment called? Oh my gosh, the rectilineator experiment. Go and check this out. It was funded by which university in America? Florida, one of the main Florida universities. So it was a proper research funded by a proper university, where that researcher got one of the top engineers to engineer a structure that was mathematically sound, and they wanted to test the curvature of the Earth. And what they discovered was mind blowing. So it was done using the scientific method as per university protocols, who funded it. And it's an incredible story. There's actually a link. I'll try and find the link and put it in here. If not, I'll tell you where to find the link. In the to somebody who's actually researched that particular experiment really well. And the experiment basically was very simple. They would create a long line on the Earth where they would be building a structure, and one part of the structure would follow the Earth, and the other part of the structure would just be 90-degree angles. And if the Earth was perfectly round, it would just be two parallel things on a structure, lines that would follow. And what they discovered was mind-blowing. And so what they did was they did a double track, double back. Now, there was a so-called debunker that got loads of credit debunking this as being nonsense, but he was only able to debunk it by completely excluding an important part of data, because his whole debunk was based on, well, there must have been some kind of curvature in the frame. There must have been some kind of frame bending and curvature. That's the only thing it could have been. And that was like, yay! Actually, what they did was they followed the line of the Earth for a certain number of miles. Then they turned the equipment around and brought it back. Because if you're going to do the scientific method, you've got to double check your numbers, right? You can't just assume you're right. So if I'm going to measure something from right to left, I then have to measure it from left to right, right? If I'm using the set square from this angle, then I have to invert it and use it from that angle, and it should still be 90. And if there's a variance and I've inverted the set square, the variance should be in opposition to each other, and it should be quite obvious. So the so-called debunker of this experiment, it's very, very suspicious. And the fact that this experiment was never, ever, ever repeated is also suspicious. And the rectilinear experiment showed that the Earth was concave, that we were living inside a globe. That's a kind of, the Earth is indeed round, but just not the direction of round that we thought it was. And I'll tell you what gets me. I am living by the sea, right? So I can look across the bay on the beach, which is what I do every day. And I'm standing on the beach. And I can look across the bay on a clear day when the sea's calm, and I can see the sea sand on the other side of the beach, other side of the water. Now, we are talking about 25 to 30 kilometers away, right? So it's 25 to 30 kilometers away, and I can see the sand on the other side. Now, I know that place because I've been there. There's not a lot of sand in terms of altitude. And now I also can do basic math, right? According to the official numbers, the Earth curvature drops at, is it 8 inches per mile? Is that correct? Is it something like that? Regardless, if you
I
are...
did watch similar to that as well. That experiment you were talking about, I think I actually watched quite a bit of it too. There was one also about some island. So they're also trying to prove the curvature or whatever. But like that symbol behind you, Aaron, how those pyramids are connected within each other is basically the concept that I was taking, how all of these buildings were also basically connected together. Because whenever you see one of these huge Capitol buildings with those round domes, you usually see a pyramid very close to it in most of the capital cities. So that's also quite interesting. Sorry for interrupting you, brother.
No, definitely. There's also a curvature one. There's a curved version of that. But yet, back to that rectilinear story. So they did this research and it seemed to be curved. Now, I stand here and I can see to the other side of the water. I can see the beach. Now, it's about 25, 26 kilometers. So what is that in terms of miles? Is that about 17 miles? Let me just check it. 26 km to mile.
Are you looking from Simonstown across the False Bay?
Yep.
Okay.
So how many miles? 0.621. 26 times 0.621. I think it's about 17 kilometers. Am I right? Times 0.621. So that's, yeah, it's 16 kilometers, right? So 16 times 8 inches should be 128 inches, right? And how many feet is that? That's 10 foot. Right. So at the distance that I'm looking at the other side of False Bay, it's called Strand, just before Strand. I mean, I grew up here. I know this place. So if you go there, there's not 10-foot rise of sea sand. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you stand on the water level and you look at the sea sand goes up to about 7 foot, 6 foot, not even. Right? Not even 6 foot from the water. So that's like how long the beach's actual rise is, because it's quite flat that side of the world. So when you look at that, I'm looking from 5'8", and I can see the entire side of the beach with the water. I shouldn't be able to. I shouldn't be able to see where the water meets the coast. Does that make sense? It should have, according to the Earth's curvature, it should be below my plane of vision. But why can I see it? I often this wrecks my brain. I stand there staring every day, every morning, and I'm like, what the hell? Why can I see that? Like, that just shouldn't be physically possible. But I can see the entirety of the beach from the water's edge all the way up. And it should actually be just out of my line of vision. I should maybe just be able to see a thin line, but it's not that far. It's 16 miles, and I'm quite far-sighted, right? So my far vision tends to be the best than anything else. So it blows my mind. And when I look at this, it makes me consider this, the concave idea. There could be something to this. Because basically what this means, right, is that if you and I stand on the beach, if we go to Namibia where there's flat beaches, and you stand on one beach and I stand on, and there's long flat areas, no mountains, hills, or anything, and I take a telescope and I try and look at you in a telescope, I shouldn't be able to see you 20 miles away. So 20 miles away, we should be talking about how much? 20 miles, 0.8. That should be 160 inches. Right? I shouldn't see you. You should be below the horizon. You think if I put it, you think I won't be able to see you with a telescope from 20 miles away? If we're both on the beach, because then we know we're at sea level, right? So there's no question about what our altitude is, because we're at sea level. So
Yeah, when I wanted to go high altitude skydiving, and it was partially because I wanted to see if there was the curvature on the Earth. Because I mean, you can ride in planes and stuff, but I had also heard, well, the planes, they have a certain windshield that might be concave that affects with it. And I was like, okay, well, if I go skydiving, it's going to be me with my bare naked eyes, so that'll be uncorrupted, evidence. And I didn't. Doing that was enough for me to confirm that there is something severely wrong with the calculations of the NASA model of the curvature of the Earth. Looks a lot more flat to me, but again, I kind of go back to the different perspectives of, is it beneficial for me and healthy to take on these perspectives? I don't know if it's, I know it's not globe. I don't know if it's concave or if it's completely flat, but I definitely know it seems mostly flat, but I also think that it's more of a living realm, a living kind of structure that we engage in various type of feedback that probably contributes to its actual construction or our ability to perceive it. But it's definitely not just the landmass hunk of rock that we're kind of expected to the perspective that we are expected to take.
So Rob is sitting with the same idea as me, but my point is, whether it's healthy or not, I want to know the truth. For me, it seems like, imagine that you've been told that
No, I can't hear you either. Brother, I think you're muted. Can't hear anything.
Gosh, this is embarrassing. Sorry, everybody.
There you go.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, everybody. I'm a little bit of a. My son would call me a noob. My 7-year-old boy would call me a noob when it comes to technology. He said to me, if I ever play War, he says, Dad, if you play Warcraft, you're a noob. I'm like, you're bloody 7 years old. How dare you call me a noob? Like, you're 7. Like, he's like, no, Dad, you're a noob. You don't know how to play Minecraft. You'd be a noob. So I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to this technology. But I think Rob's in a very similar situation, 16 miles, same distance, and it just doesn't add up. And so, what would be the reason Aaron was asking, which I think is a very valid question? What would be the effects of if we've been sold an inverted worldview of physicality? Then maybe we've been sold an inverted worldview of morality. Maybe we've been sold an inverted worldview of everything. Maybe we need to question absolutely every single part of our reality, the very experience of reality that we think is true. So for me, questioning the nature of this world means I have to question what my senses are telling me, because I've always taken for granted that my senses are telling me the truth. But I do know that, you know, there are ways in which I can move out of my physical senses and go into something else that they would tell me is not real. What do you say, Aaron, or Pope on Dope? I've got to let this little dog in because he's going to keep harassing me.
Oh, I'm just change the view of this. All I heard there was you bringing the dog in. Jeez, but it was very random how everything does connect together though. Are you back? You let him in? Oh, I'm carrying on. Right. Got a few other spots to show you, but how there are so many of them in one section is what messes with me. And here's the Suez Canal, here's another one. They also just don't end. Basically the same structures, never ending. You can basically look everywhere. They're all the same. I mean, from here. Okay, so let me just quickly do this. Okay, so Egypt is over here. Okay, the reason why I looked here is because they needed copper from this place over here. This is where the copper and the silver mines are, but this is mostly copper. And they use the copper for everything. I mean, we already know what we needed to conduct the electricity and power and stuff like that. And now I finally figured out why they needed it. Am I the only one in this channel? It's like it. Anyway, I don't know where the other two went.
Seems like Aaron has dropped off again. I wonder if we're having issues here. Okay, Jeremy sent us a link, which I will post on to our other chat. But But yeah, incredible evidence of our culture and our past. And I think that they've tried to tell us that we're more stupid than what we are. They've tried to tell us that the world isn't necessarily exactly as they've shown us, which means that either the world is much bigger or that it could be concave, or could it be that the nature of light isn't what they've taught us? Have they lied to us about physics? So this is what my brain says. My brain says either the world's concave or they've lied to us about physics. So they've either lied about the shape of the earth or they've lied to us about the way in which light moves, or they've lied to us. Thanks, Rob. Sorry, man. I was like all over the shop there. I didn't even realize. Or they've lied to us about like a number of the things that we've taken on board. And so when I've look across the bay, it makes me question these things. And I think that what's healthy about looking at these different worldviews and taking them seriously to a degree, I take everything with a pinch of salt because I don't pretend to know. But I know that it's not the way it's been sold because I can see that much. Something is fishy. Something isn't the way it was presented. Some factor of the information isn't adding up. And I think that this brings us to the simulation theory. And I know there's different versions of the simulation theory. Yeah, Rob, like you say, I look across the ocean and I can see the shore and it's there. And so I question how my eyes work then with light, obviously. Why can I see the shore when it's supposed to be under the curve of the earth? Have they lied to us about the nature of light's movements? But why can't I see around other corners as easily as I can see around that curve? And if there's a curved wall, why can't I see around it? Why can't I see around trees as easily as I can see around the curve of the earth? There's a lot of things that just don't add up here. And that's the official story, 8 inches per mile. So I almost want to I think it's a fairly clear way of proving that they've lied to us about something. If you look at somebody on the same level as you, sea level, and you set up a telescope and the telescope is at 3 feet, you shouldn't be able to see their head. You should not be able to see their head at 20 miles. And if you can see their head at 20 miles, they lied. And I'm betting that with a powerful enough telescope, you'd be able to see their entire body. Yeah. So to me, it's just mind-blowing that we've all just taken what they've told us for a fact. I was hoping that a brother would be joining us. Unfortunately, he was in hospital recently, and he said he would be joining us. He's a real expert on concave Earth theory. I'm not an expert on anything because I don't know what to believe, and I don't pretend to know what to believe. I just ask a lot of questions, and I can never find my questions answered. What I have recognized is like what we've all recognized, that time is definitely dilated. I once left my body and experienced what seemed like 3 to 6 months elsewhere. And it wasn't in a place where you can walk like this. It was in a disembodied state. And I was pretty sure that my body was dead. And I was playing with some fairly I'd built myself a portal using yantra, and I'd meditated on this portal, and I'd actually left my body with my eyes open. That was the goal, was to project myself through my eyes into this portal and travel out. And I did it. And I traveled through the etheric plane, and I was pretty sure my body was dead after what seemed like weeks of being stuck in this place, trying to figure out what to do. And I waited for what seemed like an endless eternity, trying to find my body. And I'd given up on trying to find my body. Got to the point where I accepted, okay, my body must have rotted by now because it's been like weeks or months. Didn't understand time dilation at the time. And I was stuck in the etheric field. And I had somehow broken through the etheric right into the astral. And I was trapped in a part of the astral which touches the etheric. And everything that you can think and feel becomes reality around you in the astral field. So there's no like up and down and ground and forms and structures. You're in a fluid substance. And as you think and feel, that fluid substance takes shape around you and starts to form around you, but it doesn't form dimensionally. It forms contextually. I hope that's making sense in the way I'm explaining this. And so that's the difference between the astral field and the etheric field. The etheric field has got structure upon which this world is based. The astral field has got structure upon which the emotional plane is based. So it's extremely abstract. And I couldn't find a way out. And I started to accept, like, okay, so I'm dead. What next? And then I heard them coming. And they came looking for me. And they had a smell, an electrical smell to them. I'll never forget this. Even though I didn't have a nose, even though I didn't have a nose, they had a smell. And the smell was like a particular kind of smell, like an electrical. I can't explain it easily. Like a smelling of electrons. I don't know. And when they came for me, they took me. Well, I ran away from them. And I couldn't escape them because wherever I would go, I would take them with me in my thoughts. And I realized there's no way out of this. So I tried to hide in the void. Oh, I discovered the void. There was a place which is extremely dense. And you can sink into this density. And in this density, you can't think. And in this density, you don't have the ability to think or change anything. You're just sort of stuck, inert on every aspect of your being. But the problem is you can't do anything and you can't strategize. And when you come out of the inert, you're exactly where you were before. It's almost like you're going out of time zone. I can't explain it. And I kept trying to hide in this voidy place. I call it void, but it's not void. It's because it's like it's density. It's a very dense place. And good night, my sweetheart. It's 9 o'clock. Come, give me quickly, hug and kiss, and then off to bed. Josh, quickly, hug and kiss, and then off to bed. Quickly, hug and kiss, and then off to bed. No. 1, 2, 3. Hug and kiss, big kiss. I love you more than anything. Go straight to your mom's room, straight to bed. Good night. Don't take advantage of your mom, okay? It's 9 minutes past 9. You should have been asleep 40 minutes almost. Sorry, I'm having to play dad. He takes advantage of his mom. He wraps her around his finger. Betty's been allowed to play Minecraft. I told her to get him off the Minecraft at 8. Ay. She's just too lax. Anyway, being a dad. So where was I? Yeah. So this dynamic where I was, I couldn't escape. And in the end, they came and I was trying to outrun them, but you can't outrun them. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere. You're just in this fluid and they're in this fluid with you and there's nowhere to go. And you can move, but you can't move. You're going somewhere, but you're not creating any distance. And in the end, I had to, okay, I'm going to stop and fight these guys. And I turned around and I sort of armed my mind to like, let's do this. We're going to do this. I could feel there were a number of them. couldn't tell how many of them there were because they felt like I was always surrounded. And so I stopped to fight them. And what happened was they somehow opened a vortex that I was traveling through then. And I was in this revolving vortex. And yep, suddenly there was distance. Not distance, but there was up and down. It was like I was in a tube. It's like I was traveling through a tube. And there was this revolving, and there was music. And there was something highly eerie and discordant about the music. And it took me down and down and down and down. And part of what you're looking at is the structures of the archonic structures. Okay, so these are beings that are part of the structure of reality. I can't really even put into words, but they are like the entire universe is made out of these beings. And they are like beings within beings within beings within beings within beings within beings within, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger beings that make up bigger beings, but they've got an archonic element to them. There's like a lizardy. And they've got the different insignias on their armors, and there's like this geometry to their shape. It's very hard to put into perspective, but they're a living, observing you reality. And wow, look at that image. It's something quite intense there. And as I traveled around, I noticed the music was getting more eerie, more discordant. And I was like, why is this music affecting me like this? And then I was in a bottomless pit. And I was facing this thing that didn't have a shape or a form, but kept like shape changing every second. And I was like fighting for my life, but it wasn't like fighting. And all of these beings were above me, around me, and they were like towering up over me as this tube went up. And beneath me, there was like a void of like, I can't explain it. Just felt like there was nothing, bottomless. There was like, there's no bottom. And like, you really felt like you were in a dirty place. And I didn't realize I'd found my way down Duat. I didn't realize I'd found myself like to the point of the eighth sphere. I didn't recognize it because I was sure I was dead. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I didn't realize where I was because you don't have time. This being wanted to get into my head, wanted to take over my thoughts, wanted to take over my mind. And this being was trying to get into my head. And I would like focus with all my intensity and project force to push this being out of my head. And it was like a battle of wills. And the more will I exerted towards this being, the more powerful it exerted towards me. And this battle was epic. It went on for what seemed like an eternity. And it would wear me down to the point that I'm getting weak, and I would find this strength would come from somewhere, and I'd become more powerful, and I'd exert more power. And the more power I exerted, the more this being would come back at me. I didn't realize it was a part of me. And at some point, something inside of me made me feel compassion for this being, whatever it was. I was like, shame. So this is your gig. This is what you do. This is your thing. Like, that's really sad, man. I really felt sorry for this being, and suddenly this being recoiled. I was like, are you kidding me? That's your weakness, compassion. Oh my gosh. So I turned on the compassion. I was like, well, I do feel sorry for you. And actually, that made me realize I actually love this being. And when I started to feel compassion and love for this being, it shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank, and it dissolved. It wasn't there anymore. And suddenly I was moving in the opposite direction. And I literally saw all of the archonics. It was like the cards turned around and they were angelic. And that discordant music was actually a beautiful choir, like an angelic choir. And I rotated up slowly. And the more I went up, the more happier I got, the more I felt elated, the more I felt this profound joy, peace, and the whole universe was starting to make sense to me. And the further I got up, the more the colors were becoming like really beautiful lavender and like beautiful tones of beautiful colors and blues, and the whole universe was singing. All these choirs were like angels' voices singing to me, and the music was like the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard in my life. And I got to a point where, as one voice, they all said to me, "This is as far as you can see." And that was where I felt sorrow. I was like, "Yeah, but look at all of that up there. I want to see all of that." And they were like, "This is as far as you can see. This is how much you're ready for." And the whole thing started to vibrate. And it was like when I drowned when I was a little boy. The whole universe just became vibrations. And the whole universe started to vibrate and vibrate and vibrate and vibrate. And I realized that that being that had been so scared of the compassion was still inside my heart. Only now it was something else. And this is going to sound funny. I'm not going to put a name Jesus Christ to it, because there was no name like that. But there was a being inside my heart that I was a part of that was the whole universe. And this being showed me the cross of white light in my heart and inside my core of my consciousness. And the vibrations got faster and faster and faster and faster, and they started to get more dense. And they started to feel like there was a knocking sensation, and the vibration started to knock and 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 knock. There was this knocking. And I suddenly noticed that I was in a weird posture. I was like, "Oh, wow, I'm sitting in the lotus posture. Interesting." And I came back into my body, and I was sitting in the lotus posture, Padmasana, and the sun was rising. Could see it through my windows as I opened my eyes. And I was crying. Like my whole body was covered in tears. I must have been crying for like 6 hours, my body. Or there was like this floods coming out of my eyes. And there was such sorrow and such joy all wrapped up together. And so that showed me that the nature of reality is not what it seems. Like, I had been away from my body for what seemed like months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. And my body had sat for 6 hours. Still exactly the way I'd left it. The same posture, sitting in Padmasana. And so I'd been out of my body for 6 hours, but I'd experienced what seemed like a chunk of a season. I'd experienced the whole season of a year somewhere else. So time dilation showed me like the dilation between the astral and the etheric and the physical. I got a very clear sense of how these time wheels fit into each other. And so when I look at simulation theory, after that, and after drowning as a little boy, the first thing that I realized when I drowned was that I was inside something. I was like, "Hey, the world's inside out. Why is the world inside out? Why am I inside something? Why does it feel like I'm in a fishbowl? And why is that little thing up there where I've got to go towards like a little hole of light?" And as you get closer to that thing, it becomes like a bigger thing, and it's like a portal you got to travel through. And it's all vibration. You don't move, you change your rate of vibration, and the change of rate of vibration brings you to a different place. That was how I had come from Duat, from the abyss. That was how I'd moved out from the abyss through this vortex, which I think is a kind of a toric field, because that's how I experienced it. And I had traveled through the toric field, both sides, in and out. And compassion is obviously like something that's so fundamental. So why have we been taken from compassion to truth? Because truth is a relative thing. It's not real. Compassion is real. When you walk past a homeless person on the street and your heart says to you, you want to feed that person, that's real. And our spiritual models, our spiritual models of these days don't seem to take that into account enough. Seems to be so much focus on me and I, and not enough focus on us. So I think this worldview that they've shaped us into has made us feel like we're separate on top of a world, outside of a world, when we're actually inside a world from a consciousness perspective. And I think that's why it matters. Why, when we look at the nature of reality and we start to question it from a different perspective, it shows us more of our inner spiritual connectivity to each other through what is this continuum of consciousness and this experience of being. And I think I'm getting lost. Welcome back, dear Aaron, brother. Shut me up for a moment, please.
I'll see if I can get all of this out coherently. I was listening in to your story. I just dropped off for a minute, but I've been playing with the idea. Something that's come up for me in like the past week, especially, was I've had a few different people that told me kind of spontaneously about their encounters with either UFOs or spirits or just unexplainable phenomena. And so they've shared these stories with me, and I've found it interesting that the reoccurring theme was almost more around kind of aliens and UFOs, almost like that was the narrative that they defaulted to when they were trying to describe and explain an experience that didn't fit the kind of normal paradigm that people operate and communicate in. And I wonder if kind of the mainstream narrative around UFOs ends up being used as kind of the medium for people to discuss those topics. And where whenever I've discussed it, I always had the idea when I was younger and growing up from the Catholic programming, very much kind of like the angels and demons, but also I was strongly connected with the concept of having a guardian angel ever since when I was a little boy. And so I think a lot of my more mystical type experiences or experiences with these spirits or light beings or whatever you want to describe them as, instead of, I never had the UFO type paradigm, so I never thought of it that way. It was always more spirits and guardian angel. And so I think it's important when we look at how we view Earth and the different models, that it might also be the future kind of medium that people use in order to try to understand their astral and spiritual experiences. So the worldview of Earth kind of has to have all of those different elements in them, because people are like, I know I've had the mystical aspects of reality and experiences like you were describing, Franklin, where it's like I need some way in order to be able to understand and integrate this. And also me just navigating the world and noticing that when I align certain like intentions and emotions and internal patterns and thought patterns, well, it changes my inner and my outer worlds. And even though I'm a small, physical being on this huge planet, it seems like I have a sort of symbiotic relationship with these astral and spiritual forces, and how I align to different things and how it may change my reality and the different things that manifest into it. And like the other question I wrote down was, that's a pretty, I think, advanced model of in view of the world and of consciousness and the spiritual experience and connecting to divine consciousness that might interact with us and how we shape reality. That's a big leap from, NASA Earth, globe Earth, flat Earth, concave Earth, simulation, even. And I wonder if maybe people need to have mystical or spiritual experiences before they're able to kind of take on those, adopt that view of reality.
That's a very interesting perspective, and I think there's a lot to it. I've often wondered what all of this extraterrestrial story is. And I've often questioned where these beings are from. How many of these sightings that we're seeing are extra dimensional beings? If that makes sense. Because when I've experienced this, I've experienced it outside of my physical body. Even when I've experienced extraterrestrial beings, it's been outside of my physical body. When I've been either in the etheric field or in the astral field or somewhere between, like on the bridge. Often it seems on the bridge is where things seems to happen between the astral and the etheric. So like I completely get where you're coming from. Maybe the whole idea of extraterrestrials has become such a big topic so that people will pass off their spiritual experiences and think it's that. Is that sort of what you're getting at? Or am I
That's exactly what I was getting at.
So it makes a lot of sense that they, I don't like that word they, would give us through their, disinformation, whatever you want to call it, a way to experience our spiritual experiences and to be able to label it as this or that or this or that. And like I've had very interesting experiences. Okay, so in 2014, Croydon Hill, for those of you that live in the UK, Croydon Hill is beautiful. You can climb on Croydon Hill and it's green. It's like a patch of forest. It's a little way off from the King's Forest. There's a lot of interesting history there by the Croydon Hill, by the way. Go climb up there and see what the ley lines are doing. Notice the way the electricity flies through the air. Climb on that hill and you can see the electricity going everywhere. Zzz. There's ball lightning up there. And once, I'm pretty sure it was ball lightning, a sphere about this big we were in the forest. It was myself, my ex, and a friend of ours who was a friend of hers. Her name was Jessie. Let's just say hypothetically, and an ex of mine. It's not her full name, but let's just call her that because it could be anyone. And we were sitting in the dark. We had been sitting there and it had gotten dark and we were sitting in the dark. And I had been explaining to them, like, just sit for a while in the dark. Allow your eyes to climatize and notice what you see. And they were quite surprised that they were seeing like other stuff. And I was like, yeah, just look at it a bit longer. Notice all of those moving dots and how you can look at the moving dots, and notice how you can move them around with your thoughts and your eyes and your mind, and notice how behind them there's like the resonance, there's like a color. And as true as God, down at the other side of the forest, we could see a light moving. And Jesse said to me, "What's that light?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know." And we were watching that light going down. And then the light started coming towards us. And we were watching this light coming. And the two girls with me, ladies, women, started getting scared. I said to them, don't be scared. They were like, what is that? It's like, what's coming towards us? Like, what light is this? Is this someone coming? Who's coming up here? Like, what's happening? And we're sitting in the pitch dark on the ground. And this light came closer and closer. And when it got close enough, you could see that it was just a ball of light moving on its own, moving towards us. And it got right to us, like right on top of us. This ball was looking, and I was like, they were like freaking out, like, ah. And I said, don't be scared, relax. We're like, what is this? What is this thing? What is this? Like, it's the first time they'd ever seen a sphere. What they call a, what do they call them? People call those UFOs. And I could feel there was consciousness in this light. And I said, this is more than what it seems. And the light was transmitting to us frequencies of thought and emotion and feeling. And it was, the brightness was changing too. Almost like the size was changing from time to time. And I ended up speaking to the light in another language, using different words. And like, think of it as an invocation of sorts. And it turned around and started to move away from us at that moment. And it slowly moved down the forest, down, the way it had come. I believe that those are living beings. Call it a soul, call it whatever you want. Orbs, but this was a big orb. It was bright. Man, you could read a book under that light. It was like a bright neon bulb, like a street light.
Did you
So I
have any?
think that, sorry?
Did you have any changes in your experience afterwards, like the shifts in thoughts or patterns or emotional states, or new ideas after the encounter?
Well, it was happening during the encounter. And it was basically telling me that I was right about what I'd discovered. Because I'd noticed that, so where we lived in Croydon was also in a nice place. Croydon is huge, near to where there's lots of waterways and you can walk. It's like a really pretty area. And basically, I had noticed that things would get turned on. So we had loads of supernatural experiences in this house. Okay, let me put it to you this way. My ex was also very ESP powerful. So together we made like quite a consciousness wave. And we had things happening in that house that you wouldn't believe. Like sounds upstairs, like and we go upstairs. My ex is so scared. She's like, what's that sound upstairs? She's afraid. And I'm like, don't be afraid. So I go up the stairs and there's this like loud sound, it's like an electronic sound. Only we've put off the mains. There's no electricity running through the house. First thing we do, put off the mains. Go upstairs. Sounds vibrating. And I'm like, you can come upstairs. It's fine. I'm standing right near where the vibrating is. And I notice it's our ladder that's vibrating in the ceiling. There was an aluminium ladder. And that aluminium ladder was vibrating at a tone. And I said to my ex, quickly, run outside and see if there's something above the house. Because it seemed to me that there was a vibrational field an anomaly that was coming from above that was causing resonance of certain metals to make certain tones and sounds. And we went outside, and there was a sudden cloud that was just over the house. Nowhere else there was any clouds. And there seemed to be lights in the cloud. It was very, very strange. And so there was like a lot of these kind of things that would happen in the house with us there. And what I'd noticed was that there'd be this frequency that would turn on at certain points, and this frequency, I could feel where it was coming from. It was like a wave, and I could like my body was a compass. I could turn. It's like dowsing for water. You could just feel, woo, there we go. That's the pattern. So the energy is running in this line. So I got a piece of paper and I drew on the lines around me a compass. Does that make sense? And like the energy was coming from there and coming from there. So I said, now we've got a compass. So I was like, let's look on a map. And my ex and myself, we researched all the maps until on that exact direction, we found something like HARP, but in the UK. And I was like, wow, that's exactly on the line that I've drawn directionally on the map. That's not a coincidence. And I could tell when it was turning on and off because I could feel. And so we started doing experiments with like wooden spoons and tin foil and metals would become magnetic when this thing turned on. And so we'd bring people to our house to demonstrate to them that like this thing's going to become a magnet. And they said, when? I said, I don't know. They said, well, how will you know? I said, I'll feel when it turns on. And I could feel when they turned it on. And I'd be like, wait, give it 5 minutes, let it charge up. And then those things would become magnetic. And then I'd be able to say, oh, it just turned off. Give it 5 minutes, let it discharge. And then those magnetic properties would have gone away. Does that make sense? So we were researching this facility that was in there were like a whole lot of towers that were like 220 feet high radio towers putting out gigawatts of electricity, and they were part of a MOD program, according to what we could discover, as much research as we did, that they were part of a radar system. In order to bounce radars around a curve of the Earth, they would put out large amounts of VLF frequencies. And those VLF frequencies were part of an early warning system for missiles, or for war, things coming to England. And that it had a range of 5,000 something miles. This VLF, very low frequency antennas. And there were, at that time, I think there were 13 of these antennas arranged in a circle. The highest one was 250 feet or something. And I actually, if you want to know where it is, ask Lily, because I found Lily was asking about something like this, and I showed her where it was, close to in England, so that she could draw lines and research it herself. Lily might be researching it as we speak. And I noticed that when this thing turned on, clouds would form above the house up in Croydon. And I found that interesting. And I noticed that they would I started being able to plot when they were going to turn that on based on when there were chemtrails being dropped in the sky above us. And so we had binoculars and we could look at the planes, and certain planes actually had tanks on their backs. They weren't just normal fuel. And we had a radar system. We had a app system that we could track every airplane flying in our zone around over London. And certain airplanes weren't listed on the radar tracking system. And we were able to realize that those were military aircraft. Because military aircraft, we checked the app that we had, and it basically excluded military aircraft. We were like, okay, so if it's not on the system, it's a military aircraft. And those are military aircraft. And those would come and drop chemtrails. And when the chemtrails were dropped, I was like, oh, that machine's going to turn on. And I noticed that there was a synchronizing between them dropping the chemtrails and turning on the machines, because it seemed to me that when they turned on the machines, I could feel them turning on, and I would notice the chemtrails suddenly start becoming clouds after like 1 or 2 hours. So they basically put these metallic microparticles in the air, and then they turn on these huge things that are putting out lots of VLF frequencies that magnetize those little particles so that they attract water and dust towards each other and build clouds. Part of a weather modification program. And I discovered it in 2013 and 14. And that thing had basically come to me and it explained to me that everything you've been researching is completely true. And that what you've been feeling is real. And this is what's going on. And after that, we had the most craziest experiences in that house. I think we might have been abducted not by extraterrestrials. My ex would have these weird dreams, and I'd have these weird experiences at night where I felt like that was very weird. And I'd have these 3 holes on my body, and she had them all over her body, like weird, like places where there were 3 little holes, like 3 pricks, but like a perfect triangle. And I was like, that can't be mosquitoes. Like, what would do that? And there were times when this happened, and basically this being had told us to be careful about who we spoke to. And I'd also been communicating with Joanna Summerscales, who was doing the AMASH program. And she was helping super soldiers who had been basically taken advantage of by My Labs. And My Labs was the British version of... you've heard of the American one of the mind control, right? My Labs is the British military program. And so she used to help people that had been brainwashed and abducted and done stuff with secretly by My Labs British government. And I used to sometimes help her. So, and after then I met a guy in the park who also had a history. So you're right. There was a lot of synchronicities happening around me during this time, before and after this time. Sorry for such a long answer, brother.
No, that was a great answer. Thank you. I didn't have anything else to add.
I'm just looking at this map, just expanding before our eyes. And it's really quite powerful. Have you been seeing some of the places he's showing us? This is what he does. He travels around Earth on Google Earth and he just looks at stuff and he finds this so much stuff that just doesn't add up. Fascinating. Doesn't add up with the architecture of what we know. And lots of it is ruins. He has found so many ruins that aren't labeled on Google Maps. Like thousands. And often these ruins are close to cities. Sometimes they're in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing there. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be looked at here with what they've done to the planet. And, you know, it makes me think about what's been going on in Ukraine. There were a lot of really old and amazing buildings in Ukraine, that have all been destroyed in the war. And I don't think it's by accident. Rob was asking, was it sleep paralysis? No, I had literally traveled out through my eyes into the different... I'd gone surfing out there, and I'd traveled far, further than I could. Who summons them? I had summoned them when I was ready to go cross over, because I was convinced that I was dead, and that I was lost in the astral. I knew where I was. And I was like, well, I may as well continue. There's no point hanging around here. I've been here now for months. Haven't found my body. I'm not going to find my body. So give up my body. I'm dead. Carry on with the journey. So I had said, like, let's get on with it. Universe, bring it on. Let's do it. So it was me who had summoned it, effectively. Looking at this is quite interesting. So that thing is pointing in a particular direction, is it? Pope on dope?
Yeah, I think they all are, but I mean, geez, look at how big this is. Wow. This is in Astana. This is where they say the New World Order is going to move to. It's
Where did you
big.
say it is?
Astana, it's near Kazakhstan.
So this is the Kazakhstan. Now, a lot of those things look like they've taken ancient
There's
things
the
and built on
Phoenix.
top of it.
There's the Phoenix there.
What's that called on
It's
the map?
huge. Astana. Look for Palace of Peace and Reconciliation. As I said, see, here's the pyramid.
Is
Okay,
that a
now
new
not
pyramid?
too far away. Not too far away, you get the cathedral or the cathedral. Look how big this one is. This is really big. Check at this.
So how big is that pyramid?
Oh, let's have a look. Okay, zoom in. Just giving it a second to finish. I think it's
Do
about
we have
100
a-
by 100 meters. It's 100 by 100 meters, and you can still go below it. So you can go up that side, you can go in. Check out all these lines over here. Going afterwards. This will be very old. This wasn't built like now. This is very, very, very old. Like you
So
can't
this
just
this
this
is
can't just pop up.
Kazakhstan, huh? Wow.
Kazakhstan, yes, Astana inside Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Jeez, look at this park, man. It is absolutely huge. That's huge.
Why haven't we heard about Kazakhstan much? I mean, look at the way how
They're trying
advanced
to
the
keep it-
place is.
Because they want you to look at it like as if it was Borat, like a place in the middle of nowhere that didn't mean anything. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know where they're going. This is for them, not for us. You think this is for us? It's not for us. Jeez, that is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Another dome.
Yeah.
Wow.
This was actually in the sky. Let's have a look at this picture. There. That's what it looks like. I'll actually go into live view for you guys and see. It's beautiful. Okay. The nice thing is I can look everywhere here.
There's definitely a lot going on here. And it doesn't
This
seem
is-
like
this
you're in a
place
built-up
is-
area when you look from the roof, huh? I mean, when you look from up there.
Yeah.
Oh my
Very
gosh,
built
look
up.
at that. That looks like
This
an
is
old power
beautiful.
collection device.
Yes, it is. This is the
So how are
same
they powering
technology that-
Kazakhstan? Are they using some kind of alternative technology we don't know about?
It's the old technology, the Tibetan technology.
But are they using it?
They must be.
Because that looks like
this
it's
is everywhere. This is the piece, basically, like I was stating over here. Let me show you quickly. Let me just go back to my view. One view.
Tesla would be
Okay,
having
so
a field day if
we
he
were
looked
here.
at this.
We were over here. I can do this for years. I'm being serious. It'll never end. I can do it for years. Years and years and years, day in, day out like this. This is how big this one section is. Okay, but what I wanted to show you was, you see that dome over there? That ball that we were
Yeah.
just at? It's the same. This one's a bit bigger. Okay. They do the same thing. Only this one's got
Can we
this
see a
one's got
photo
the
of
whole
that?
Mercury set up and everything. Now we can get a photo. Let's have a look here. I don't know why. Oh, she's frozen on me again. Guess I'm looking too far. Aye. Okay, let's try that. Oh, okay, that's convenient. Wow.
So where's that cathedral we were looking at? The dome. That's
That's behind
impressive,
it,
hey?
brother.
That's Freemasonic. There it is. Oh my gosh.
It's bigger than my
That
screen.
is really something to behold, man.
And the ball at the top.
So we know that
And
there's
the
some serious
celestial
history in
plane.
Kazakhstan, don't we?
Oh, definitely, brother. But I can prove that in many places. Remember when I told you, when they were having that very old meeting, and I told you, look at the names underneath. They're all connected. This is one of their cities. It's almost like...
And let's look in
when
the
you
other
push into
direction
a
again.
narrative- Okay, hold on. Let me pop back in again.
Let's look at those two pillars, the two pillars of the temple that you have to look through when you look the other direction. Like what's looking at that through the two pillars? I'm curious to see. Okay, so if you look to the right, there it is. The other side, there's two pillars. There's one of the pillars. So what's in front of us? Can you move? Can you drive this way?
No, this is a capture.
So we're
It's
looking
basically
at
a
that
picture
thing.
from
So
someone.
that thing is between the two pillars, facing the, and they all got antennas on the roofs, facing the
Yes,
mosque.
all of them. Even these. There. There. There's a flag that also generates power. There. 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 There's plenty, brother. Plenty, plenty. I mean,
And are
check out
all
this
of these
gold
structures
plated.
supposed to have
That's
been
gold
built in
plated.
modern times?
Look at all of that. Imagine how much power this thing takes in.
What
Never mind
metal is
the-
that?
I don't know. It looks like copper or brass.
It does look like copper or brass. How the hell do you build something
it's
that big
gold-
made out of copper and brass?
I highly doubt it could be gold. But yeah, check, same with this ball.
I mean, why would you build something
see
that
if
big
we
out
have
of
another
copper and
picture.
brass unless it's electrical?
Yeah. That's why I was telling you why Egypt needed so much copper. So they can build these massive reactors. Wow, look at that. There's another big blotch there. But I want to look from the Phoenix side. The best view that I've seen so far. It's down here, sorry. This is not to mess around with it.
Rob reckons it's glass with a color on it. It makes more sense. It makes a lot more
Also,
sense.
with the blue,
But
you
glass in
see-
itself is an interesting.
because of the lapis lazuli color, I think it's helps you see the etheric elements better. Like the
I
difference
mean,
between the reality
this is
stack on
amazing.
top
I've
of the
heard about
dome.
the city. I've never really looked at it under such a magnifying glass, it's really incredible.
His garden is huge. Let's have a look at it.
What is that in the center? What are we looking at? I'd love to know what. Can we look at that thing in the middle of that circle? It's like, it's fascinating, man.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Oh, cool.
Bloody hell.
Oh, jeez,
Mind
look at this old
blowing.
Roman staircase. Look at this old Roman staircase. Looks
How
almost Roman.
easy is it to get a visa to this place?
How easy is it? I'm not sure.
What are the laws? Do you get arrested? Like, if you, like, I don't know. It just makes you
Yes, I
think
wonder
like
what's
it's a
under
place to
here.
go, huh?
It's
Probably devilishly expensive. You know?
Okay, but now you see what these sections look like, right? Now this is Kazakhstan. We were just having a look at the zoos of Agave. Around the entire lake on the outskirts
That
of it, all of it was full of that, or full of this type of stuff. Full of it.
Rob's
Full of this.
Rob's asking, is it a BRICS country? I don't believe it's BRICS, but I wonder whether
No, it won't
there's
be.
talk about
It won't be.
countries joining BRICS. Kazakhstan joining BRICS.
Oh shit. Oh, you said you wanted to have a look here, sorry.
I don't think it's the BRICS economy. Okay, so here it is. Kazakhstan is seeking to join BRICS and strengthen economic cooperation with its member countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Interesting.
Yeah. so
Well
they can stash their
spotted,
dollar.
Rob. Well spotted, brother. Shoo.
Yeah, so that they can stash all of the dollars that that America's gonna be losing now because of the mass de-dollaration that's going on. That's a very interesting structure. I've never seen anything like that before. That's beautiful. Okay, now here's one. Oh wow, jeez, look at that. Jeez, check it out in the middle there. Giant can walk through here. It's like it's like 10 stories high. This section. Let me zoom through it.
Rob, I want to ask you. You're the same Rob that's in Juan on Juan's group. Am I correct? Yeah, you're right. Once it's a BRICS country, it'll be easy to get a visa, but it'll probably cost an arm and a leg. And it probably will be like trying to find a accommodation there would probably be like ridiculous, you know,
Unless you go now.
$1,000 a night, something stupid.
Yeah, but this is probably going to become one very big international buff because I want to show you something very interesting. I don't know if you know about this yet, but
And that 100%, Rob, was that to answer that you were in the Juan on Juan group, yeah? I'm trying to figure out if that's the same image that you've got in the Juan on Juan group. I've sent you a message, by the way, Rob. I take it 100% means that, yeah? Yep, it is the same. It is the same. Okay, cool. Well, I sent you a
got its own
message.
theater. Helios there at the top. Very well done. It's one of these points I'm trying to get to.
No, fair enough. Fair enough, brother.
Yeah, there we go.
I just thought I'd...
Here's,
Oh!
here's the 200 seats of the Fallen.
That's me, Mer. Oh my gosh.
Exactly 200 seats.
Oh my gosh, 200 seats. So this is
Yes.
the story of the Ijiji and their 200 Ijiji that came from Nibiru to Mars and from Mars to Earth, and now we're talking about sending people to Mars. And I'm going to kick myself if they want to send 200 people. I'm going to kick myself. And this is the same story of the ancient Greeks with the Grigori, of the 200 Grigori that came to Earth and had wives, and the 200 Nephilim, and the 200 in the Book of Giants. The what is that book called? The Book of Giants. The
That's very weird. This is what's under me.
Nothing weird about that, brother.
No, nothing weird about that.
It's expected.
Yeah, also very interesting that they can get symbolism even in Windows, because there is the tetrahedron, what do they call it?
Yeah.
Right in the mirror, in
Sweet,
the
man.
window. Check that. Hey, doves, check at that. That's a dove. Here's another
Yeah, I
dove.
see what you're saying.
Another dove.
Yeah.
Eh?
They're definitely doing some 3D sculpturing here for us. And the fact that there's 200, I wonder what the outside circle and the inside circle is. Is it 172 on the inner circle? On the outer circle, sorry. Is it
Let's see,
72
1,
on the
2,
inner circle
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
and 128 on the outer circle? No, it can't be. Doesn't look right. It's a different number
30,
dynamic.
31, 32, 33, 34, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41. It's like there's 42 seats just in the center here.
Okay, 42 and 158.
To be honest, I
Wow.
think there's only a few that can sit here and maybe some sit below. Because see, there's only a few of these that can sit and speak. These ones don't. You can't speak when you sit here.
Yeah, they're just the part of the. They've got a seat at the table, but they don't get to talk. I'm with you. There's 42 that can talk. It's just mind-boggling, mind-blowing, brother, mind-blowing. I think we're
Wow,
going to
let's see
have
what
to
else
do
we
an
got here.
entire episode on this city alone.
But you can go underneath it even. Check there. You can go underneath. You can drive through it underneath it. All these beautiful circles. Endless gardens. The Phoenix over here. Let's have a look. Oh yeah,
Isn't Kazakhstan
this is also
supposed to be
very
a desert?
interesting. Supposed to be.
Is that the
Oh,
ocean?
wow.
That's
That's a
not even an
lake.
ocean. This is
That's a
definitely not a
lake.
desert. Are we
River.
looking at Babylon? Are we looking at the true Babylon?
Maybe. Maybe.
Did they
It's
rebuild Babylon?
Astana. But if you actually look at Astana, it looks like it's an entire mountain. But then you scroll and it completely changes. But I mean, look at these buildings, man. Jeez, like some of these buildings are actually.
What are we looking at? The blue thing there? Are those two?
Very interesting that it's blue, hey?
Oh,
It's the
hold on,
only
there's
blue
something
roof
about that.
here.
It's catching my eye. There's something going. Can we look at that structure quickly? Can we see how many? No, I mean a little bit. Can we zoom out a bit? How many buildings? I want to see the buildings around it. I'm curious
This place
as
is
well.
huge. I think this is
Can we go back a
university.
bit? I mean, can we go a little higher? Okay, now. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8. And then there's 3, 6, 9. And then there's those funny little squares in inverted cups. And then there's what looks like to be a horseshoe here.
Yeah. Weird.
It's like it's a
This
gigantic sigil.
Yes.
It's like one
That's
big
what it looks
gigantic
like.
sigil.
See, look here.
It's a
This
sigil
actually-
block. It looks like a sigil.
Oh shit.
I actually,
Right.
I can't see which sigil it is, but I know I've seen these in
Sorry.
grimoires. It's very familiar. I'm gonna have to go and look and look this up. It looks like a sigil that I'm sure I've seen.
See, look here. Check there. Goes around. And then it's got one nick over there. Yeah, this definitely looks like a sigil. And then I actually had a look at a spot yesterday that looked exactly like the eye of Ra. With basically the Egyptian eye. It was absolutely beautiful. But yes, you're right. That does look like, that definitely does look like a sigil. And this here actually looks like it's being built
An
like
M.
almost like a bull's head or something.
It does, but it also looks like an M.
Yes.
But it looks like an M
let's
that
have a look at this
is a
place. Look at these other
stylized.
houses around it. I wonder what this is. Caretakers' places or something, storage places, or this place is old. No, this place is old. This is definitely an old place.
Totally bizarre, brother. Totally bizarre.
Let's have a look, see what this place looks like. Oh, wow. Okay, very vibrant. It's basically, oh, you know what that means.
Yeah.
It's like the simplest form of symbolism that you can basically get. Yeah, you go that way.
And of course that that fence needed that square there.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a way of explaining to us that this is the square. This is the Masonic place where they live. You know?
Yeah, I mean a bucky. Check, I mean a bucky.
You're in the back. Cool, man.
Beep, beep. Oh, okay. I'm going to quickly show you another one so that we don't get stuck on one place for too long. But look at how all of these buildings basically are squared off together.
Yeah.
But
That's quite
brother, over here,
mind-blowing.
you can keep looking for hours. There's just so much.
Hold on. Can we look at that structure again? It looks like a Masonic. I just want to see what it is quickly. So is that a set square?
Wow.
What am I looking at?
Basically, the buildings in
design.
the middle. I have no idea because they've knocked down the statues. There was shit inside.
Mind-blowing.
There was stuff inside there. It's all gone. Check. There was stuff here. Gone.
What statues were
This is
there?
old. This is old place. I haven't even seen architect. But yeah, you don't get much of this around. I mean, who would go to such an effort to go and make the outside look completely different to mostly whatever else is around here? I mean, look, this is what it usually looks like. Looks like shit. Till you pop up here. Yeah.
Can we zoom out a bit and take a look at the bigger picture and see what that placing is?
Oh, there's the temple over there. This is basically one long strip in the middle here.
You
but I
know,
wanna
I was
show you the
thinking of a
between.
landing strip.
Yes, of course, but
Like a very big, very ancient landing strip.
that would be this.
Yeah,
This
exactly what
basically
Rob's
be the landing
saying.
strip.
We've built this with someone in mind. It makes me wonder about all of this extraterrestrial conspiracies about how they're going to come and invade, or there's one element of the fear, paranoia, you know, dynamic involved with a part of it.
Absolutely
trying to make
beautiful. You
us-
can't tell me we built this anytime soon.
I think we're
Also
going to have
old
to do a
stuff.
real research into this place and do an entire segment on it because it's just too damn fascinating.
Okay, yes, some more. Same city.
Maybe look up those
Oh,
buildings and see what they
beautiful
are
city.
exactly.
This is the Nurstana Mosque. And just a funny thing, a lot of the mosques that I've seen that have barely been touched have absolutely no religion in them. None. Nothing.
Now,
Easily.
okay, since we're talking about Kazakhstan, we got to think about Sasha Cohen, that guy who was hilarious when he started out as Ali G, and then his hilarity decreased. But he's from Kazakhstan, right? And he keeps telling about how in Kazakhstan, how sexist the place is, and how he sat in a bar and got people to sing "Throw the Jew Down the Well" somewhere. I don't know if you saw that. He got a whole
Oh,
group of people to sing it. Like, he's just like, it's very bizarre.
That's just geometry everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. He's a Londoner. I remember when he was Ali G. He was actually funny when he started. It was really funny. He was really funny when he was Ali G.
I didn't really find Borat funny.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I'm a
know
dry
he
person,
lost.
but
It was money, but I now that we're looking at this place, I think there was more than money involved. I think they were trying to give us a particular attitude about this country, so that we wouldn't look at it. Because now that we look at it,
yes,
it's
of
like
course.
it doesn't make sense.
Until you look at this.
Why Hollywood would give us this perspective of this place being a desert where people are wandering around with goats. You know? Bunch of goat farmers. They definitely look like a bunch of goat farmers, don't they?
Definitely. Don't see any goats here. Yes, it's beautiful. I'm just trying to click on here quickly. Here we go.
Is that an
Okay.
eye? Let's just look
What?
a little left if we can.
This, yeah.
Is that an eye?
Looks like, almost
like
like it. It looks like the Fibonacci sequence. What is it? Fibonacci sequence. Goes now into the center.
It's not
What
even
do you mean?
completely round, is it?
Wow, geez, check at these. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not completely round. It's got like a. Yes, it's a Fibonacci sequence.
It looks like a human eye, which would be
Like
in
a
tune with the
fossil.
Fibonacci. And it looks like it's inside a socket. Look at the arch on the
Jeez, it
left.
does.
Where does
Yes,
that
it
lead?
does. I have no idea. Jeez, I wonder
Can we
what this is. Where did you want me to look? Over
just,
here.
if you look at the left, just look at the arch on the left.
This one.
Yeah, what's through that arch? Like, if you can you get to that arch, or can't you?
Yes, we were looking at it just now. We were looking through it.
Okay.
It's huge. It's like 10 to 15 stories high. It's
Yeah.
huge.
It's one of the biggest arches I've seen.
Wow. And they kept it.
His buddy just got some boer goats. Cool, man. Goats are really interesting animals.
Yeah, they are. Definitely are.
And
Jeez, I
and
wonder how long
according
that
to
took
the tablets, goats and sheep were brought from there to Earth, which is fascinating. I remember living in the Himalayas and watching the goats jump up the mountain. I've never seen such a brave creature in my life. Ever.
What
So this
on
thing
earth
is
is this?
literally at what kind of an incline is that? Is that 15 degrees? Like, more or
Yeah,
less.
yeah, 15. It's 15. You can see it's tilting at a 15 degree. You're right, it's
Wow.
15 degrees. What could
You know
that
what
be?
it makes me think of?
What?
A dangerous teat. The kind of nipple that you can impale yourself on.
Well, feminism is a thing apparently, so maybe it's
Like a
And-
nipple from like a she-devil, you know?
yeah.
A nipple that hurts.
I don't know, but in Egyptology and all of that type of stuff, the erection has quite a lot of symbolic connection to, she's like it was Thoth that got put together again. It was Osiris. When Osiris was getting put back together, they couldn't. Isis couldn't find his. What's his name? His penis. So she
His
made
member,
him
yeah.
one.
Out of gold.
And from that time, that's become almost like a joke thing. Almost, when they took his eye.
That story is in the Sumerian chronicles where
Yes.
Alalu on Earth bit off Anu's testicles and his privates and swallowed them.
Mm.
After Anu had beaten him in a fight where Alu had challenged him for the throne. Welcome back, dear Jeremy. We are just feasting ourselves on this incredible, mind-blowing, just totally mind-blowing city. Have you ever looked at this before, Jeremy?
Where is it?
It's
Kazakhstan
Astana
capital.
in Kazakhstan.
No, I haven't. I've heard about the God, what is it? I think it's in Russia. Those enormous, giant statues. Let's see if I can find them. Huge Soviet statues.
Oh, it's actually quite a nice view. But you see how easy it is to miss, eh? If you're looking with a physical eye, look how easy it is to miss all of the good stuff. You can actually miss it with the eye.
Kazakhstan, huh? That's not a place you hear too much about.
Yeah, but when you look
in
at it, it's one of the
Kazakhstan.
most advanced places you'll ever see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll show you now. Yeah, have a look here.
What's advanced about it? I mean, the buildings are really cool, but what's going on with the geometry here?
Okay, that's
The architecture
you'll
is
be able to make
mind-blowing.
this out.
I've never seen anything like this anywhere in the
Check how
world.
big this building is. Yeah. This is actually one that I forgot to show you. This
That
place
almost
is
looks like an
huge.
Egyptian temple from the top looking down.
Yes, it does. And the black cube also here at
Yeah.
the top.
Like a ziggurat out there.
That place is
Wow.
beautiful. I
Very
forgot to show
cool.
you, but let me just quickly show you what this place looks like so you can see some significance in it for himself.
Do you do this a lot,
Okay.
Pope? Do you do this a
Say
lot,
again?
Pope? Do you do this a lot? Like just hang out on Google Maps?
Shitloads.
Yeah.
Sorry
No,
for
I
my
used to really love doing that. I remember I used to love looking in the South Pacific Ocean at all the little islands. And
This almost looks like a sword
well, it's like a
coming from the
bird
phoenix.
almost down there.
It's a phoenix.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's a phoenix.
It is a sword. So the phoenix
Yeah,
is
I
a
don't think
sword.
they've seen it. I
Scroll
think
up.
it's a
It's
sword.
definitely a sword, brother.
See, look there.
Oh my God, where's Aaron? He's all about the phoenix.
But the phoenix is the hilt of a sword, and the sword is pointing at that point.
Yes, and you can
And there's
drive
a
right
cross
through
there.
underneath this pyramid as well. Check it.
So the sword is pointing at the pyramid,
Yes. No, not
and
at
that
it,
pyramid
going
is where
under it.
they've got 200 seats, like the 200 EGG and the 200
And it's a
Grigori
cross.
from ancient Greek, and it's mind blowing.
Check, and
And it's got the crossbar like the Orthodox cross.
there's a lot of symbology in just this picture over here. Just
How
this.
there's I wonder what's underneath it all.
I would love to know. But it almost looks like a cosmic egg. Check there. Going all the way down and everything within it. And then the pyramid, all the levels going down. It's almost like it's a fake pyramid. Because when you go here, I've looked at this. This is flat.
Look at that's how you get underground right there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Into the
You can
middle
drive
of
right
it.
through.
Oh yeah, look at that. There's like 4 entrances.
You can drive right through.
You know, it looks
And
fresh.
there's 200 seats. And there's 200 seats in here,
Yeah.
inside this pyramid here.
I wonder if those are trees. Those little dots are trees. And if they are, it looks like they're really young trees. Are those trees? I don't know.
Yeah, there could be trees.
Something like that, yeah. Wow. Cool find. Is this in like the capital?
Brother, the whole
Yeah, it's
capital is
insane.
like this.
Yeah.
If you watch what we've been doing the last 45 minutes, he's just been taking us on this crazy journey. Some of the buildings are aligned. They are
Look
sigils.
at
They are.
this. Oh, you'll be out of
What
this.
on earth
Look
are
at
we
that.
looking at?
You got some domes there.
I've
Well,
seen crop circles that look like that.
It looks like a mosque.
What? That's a toroidal field directly
Yeah.
from above. That is beautiful. Oh, wow. Can't tell me you built that.
And that is the number 9.
Yeah, it's a mosque. Look at
And
that.
look what's in front of the number 9. So there's the 9
Okay.
here, and above it on the other
And
side.
here's the cross line. There's the cross line. With, this is what, okay, this is a mosque. It's a mosque.
Can I tell you what that is? That is the number
This is a
19.
cross there as well. Yes, and the cross. With
They've
the
written
square
the
around
number
cross.
19 down there, and 19 is the number of the sun, Re, the sun
Yeah.
god. So
Yeah.
there's a 1 and a 9. You see that? And they've been careful to put the other blocks around the other circle square so that you don't see it as anything other than a number 1. So there's a 1 and a 9. And the 9 is the central sphere surrounded by the 8 points of the octagon, which is the number 9. Fascinating.
Okay. That's what a building looks like. That's what it looks like when
That's
it's
not an E, is it?
Yeah, it's an E. It's an E.
Could you do me a favor
But
and
the
just
L is gone.
zoom out?
Alafi was an H. Alafi was an H over here. And it said, well,
Can we zoom out a bit more?
yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to see just a bit more of the city, like zoom.
Can I show
zoom out.
you one last spot? This spot over here. Okay, remember I told you there was another big building over here? Let me just quickly get this. Look at how big this spot is. Let me get mine. Imagine how big this place is. Look at it. That's a garden. That's another garden. There's the building. Look how big these places are. Hidden in plain sight. This place is huge. It's probably this whole block down. Why else would you build something this big? God, please tell me, because I'd love to understand. Anyway, there's the botanical garden that I wanted to show you quickly. Where are you? It is so huge, I can't miss it. Where are you? That's my normal view.
Can we take a look at the whole city in a single shot? I don't know what we'll see if we look at it like will it be too small? Okay, that
Okay, so let's just
gets
remember
lost.
that is the center over there. That's this.
Presidential palace. Mhm.
Wow, did I show you this? This is the beginning. That's what the beginning looks like. You can zoom out. Is the phoenix above it. Then it's going to the pyramid over there. And if you see anything. But I don't see like a body or a head face or anything like that as yet. But yes,
What I
it's-
did find interesting is that all of those buildings have got antennae, huge aerials.
Yes, all of them.
Huge.
All of them. All of them.
All of the buildings, like most of the big buildings, have got these huge structures on top of them, which scream of what we know as the so-called Tartarian buildings.
You know
And,
what's interesting? What's interesting is that it's not. I for some reason I would have figured like this like the presidential palace and the phoenix and the sword and the cross are going north and south, but they're actually going towards the southeast, like this. The orientation.
Check at this. I don't know if you saw this.
hold a moment. Can we zoom out and see the direction of the sun and the angle of the shadows with relation to the angle of the phoenix?
Okay, that's north. Yes, we can do that. Yes, I think that is. Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. You didn't see that either. Huge. Wow, what kind of architecture is this even?
Look at that building. It's mind-blowing.
What is that?
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking, Rob. Definitely something going on here.
This
Makes us
looks
wanna
like
look
I'm
into the
watching
city
a
more.
Star Wars movie and living it.
It does. In fact, I bet you they're going to be making Star Wars movies there.
Toroidal field again, obviously, with some differences. I've never quite seen something.
Is
like
that the round Earth, supposedly?
No,
Is that the North Pole?
celestial plane. The celestial plane. Okay, You guys wanted to see. Oh, there we go. Here's the botanical garden. Whoa, this place is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Okay, so this garden has just about everything in it. Like everything. Look at how big it is compared to the huge buildings. And I'll quickly, after this, I'll quickly go and have a look at the Phoenix and the direction it's going. It is huge.
So as we're looking at this, I just want to comment. That if you take a look, if you go to Google Maps and you take a look at the Palace of Independence, which is east of that presidential palace, and you look at the pictures, inside of the Palace of Independence is a giant room-size 3D map of almost the entire capital city. It's like totally lit up, and there's like little miniature buildings. You can there's like a stairway you can like look down on top of it, and so they want you to be able to see their accomplishment. They want the public to be able to see their accomplishment doing all these works.
But they never built it.
I mean, can you imagine what it looks like when you fly into the city?
Yeah, the story is that we just came and built the city quickly when no one was looking, and it's just suddenly appeared. But probably what it is there's an older set of structures that they've built on top of. Yeah.
Well, they just took
And
it
they've
over and made it look
reclaimed
pretty
these
and-
older structures. While we were thinking that Kazakhstan was a bunch of goat herders, they were reclaiming the place, putting their stamp on it so that they could say, we built it.
Oh,
But
put
who
whatever
really built
history they
this?
want on it. As they please. Oh yeah, let's quickly go and sort you guys out here. There we go. Here's the Phoenix. This is north.
Okay, now can we see a shadow? Can we move down the sword towards the? Can we keep moving down the direction of the sword? Keep moving
That's
that
the
way.
sun angle. Okay, which way do you want me
Hold
to go?
on. Let's look at the pyramid. The pyramid should tell us the direction of the sun, right?
Yeah, it's shining. Geez, like I can't even see my hand. It's shining this way. Because check, it's covering this side of this angle of the line over here. So it's probably.
But look at the
sun's
pyramid.
Looks almost like it's coming up from that side. Yeah, it's coming from that side. This side.
It must be coming from the. What on earth
can't
is going
show it
on
on
there
the
with that
camera.
pyramid? The light doesn't make sense. Can we see a straight up
Yeah.
building so we can get like a real sundial effect? Maybe zoom up a little and see. There must be like a spiral somewhere.
There's a giant
There.
statue of Ganesh
There.
inside that pyramid.
There.
There.
Yes. There is a massive statue of Ganesh in there. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so that's the direction of the sun, which the pyramid
Yes.
was telling us the truth.
Yes.
Just about.
So these pictures are perfect. This is a proper satellite image. It hasn't been messed with.
So let's go back now towards the sword,
Well-
just getting an idea of the angles. I'm just curious about the
I would
angles.
love to know what these spots are. If anybody has ever seen anything like this before. Like why? Why?
It's to create an aerial view of a mandala.
Guys, we have to go to Kazakhstan. We got to take a family trip.
We were talking about it, but I reckon it would cost an arm and a leg, brother.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, we'll just have to move there. Whoa.
It's huge.
The inside of these buildings is they blow away anything in America, let me tell you.
Yes. Yeah, they do.
Like this capital city is like 1,000 times cooler than DC. I swear.
It's
It's
cooler
Welcome,
than
ex-Cole.
anything in America or South Africa that I've seen so far. I mean, geez, like just this place here. Just this.
if you put this anywhere, it'll basically outshape.
No, Carl, I don't believe that's necessarily true, huh? A compass could be moving towards the outside.
You know, it's also interesting. There's something about it that seems very, it's very non-Western as well.
Okay, but also what I'm confused with is why keep just this? Why did America just keep this? This is all they kept of the fair. The rest is gone. You've got Washington, you've got your White House. That's it. The rest has been completely taken away, and then they decide now. Okay, no, they're gonna. This is now the new thing. So eventually, when we've been suppressed to a point where there aren't that many people, and we need to repopulate again, and so on and so on and so on. Then they're gonna blow everything up over here, and they're gonna keep just this section, like they did in Washington. This is the same thing.
Yeah, Cole
in
mentioned
Washington.
something about a compass can't work on a flat Earth, but I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily
Yes,
a
it
fact
can. Of course it can.
because if there
The
was
South Pole
iron
pool,
in particular places, that iron could become charged by solar activity, and
that's
that
yeah,
could
that's why you
become
do get some dead
the
spots.
node that's drawing towards a particular point on the map. So I can make a compass work on a flat plane by putting a metal that's charged. If I put an electromagnetic magnet in my house, I can make a compass work according to that electromagnet. Now, I know in the Himalayas, for example, that there's a big chunk of iron, which is like a mountain, because I walked past it and it scrambled my brains because of the electricity and the effects. So there might be there might be places inside the earth. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I don't
Kazakhstan.
know categorically what's a fact, but I don't think it's as
Stan
clear
is
and
there.
dry cut as that.
So it's not. It's the I think it's the capital of Kazakhstan, but it's nowhere near Kazakhstan. It's like over here. But you can just type in Estonia. You can find it very easily. But what's weird is when you scroll in, when you start scrolling and you can see the color difference over here, how this almost reflects a mountain. See the round curves there, and that's what attracts me to these places. Now, when
I would
came
say
here and I
that what
looked at-
Rob is saying is equally valid here, that compasses shouldn't work on a ball. It makes more sense that a compass would work on a flat place than it would on a ball. But if
Yes,
we're
sir.
inside a ball, so we could be on a ball, we could be inside a ball, or it could be that we're on something so much bigger than what we thought it was, or inside something so much bigger than what we thought it was, that much of the map is hidden from us. So we're like in a little location on a bigger map.
I like that idea more than anything else. That idea that that Antarctica is actually like the ice wall, and you know that's the real reason why they don't let anybody you know go past a certain point down there.
That we're living with other civilizations, and that explains all the extraterrestrials.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to you know UFO stuff for a very long time, and I just listened to one podcast recently talking about all of the underwater UFOs that are picked up by the Navy and submarines and such. like the way we see like lights in the sky or objects, the same thing is happening under the water, and they have the same amount of dexterity when moving, as if there's no resistance to anything.
Interesting how there's very little chemtrails here. Very little.
We've got an
Every time I
interesting
look-
conversation here with ex Cole. Yes, we can go to certain parts of Antarctica, but certain parts of Antarctica are off limits to us. We can go to Antarctica, but it's very limited. The same way that you can go to India, but you can't go to the Andaman Islands wherever you want to. You can go to the Andaman Islands, but you're allowed to go to certain parts of the Andaman Islands, and your visas are very strictly controlled. Where you go is very strictly controlled. You're allowed to see certain parts. Antarctica, you can go there, but you don't have free reign to go wherever you want. And you can't just get a flight path anywhere in Antarctica that you want.
What?
Flight paths are controlled.
Another one.
So we don't really know. I mean, it's all an unknown as far as I can see.
I think what I heard is that there is there's an altitude restriction. It's not as if you can't fly over Antarctica. You can't fly under a certain altitude. And I think the reason why airplanes, for the most part, don't, or that we've heard of, don't fly over the whole thing is because, there's nothing out there. Like, if something happens, you're just going down.
That doesn't make sense, though, because there's nothing out there in the Pacific Ocean either, is there? Do you know what I mean? If you're out over the Atlantic Ocean, there's nothing there, right?
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, there's islands and stuff.
But I mean, there's what I mean is, like, if you go down, you're going down.
Right.
So what's the difference? If you're going down, you're going down. Antarctica, Atlantic Ocean, you're going down.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
really
I don't
workable
know
argument that they've given us, is it? If we look at it, like.
But the comment on the restriction of the visas and all that kind of stuff, like you can go around the edge of it, right? You can go around the edge of Antarctica. You can't like go directly smack dab into the middle.
Yeah.
Maybe because there's no middle,
Well, I've heard researchers complaining that when they want to go to Antarctica, that they're only allowed to go here and here, and there's certain restricted zones.
Yeah, military restricted.
This is what I'm talking about, military restriction.
Yeah.
And there's some fairly extensive military restriction. I mean, you can go there, same like there's a lot of places you can go, but like there are restrictions to where you can go exactly, and you've got to follow certain flight zones,
Right.
And there's no real reason for it other than military.
Okay, just remember this, eh?
Whatever that means.
Just as a reference, sorry. Just remember this. Okay? I'll come back to it now.
Like, you're familiar with the Operation High Jump, Franklin?
Sorry, Operation what?
High Jump?
It's
I'm
when
not.
Admiral Byrd went to. It's when Admiral Byrd went
Oh,
into
that
what's
one.
his name?
Yeah,
While
Admiral
they signed the
Byrd's.
treaty.
So
Yes.
there's,
Yeah.
When I read stories like this, I'm like, all right, it's an interesting story, but we're also dealing with, enormous, global disinformation campaigns, right? And if they really didn't want you to know about something, they would be struck from the record, and everybody would forget about it by next week. You know what I mean? But
Well, it was.
Oh, that screams
that?
Tartaria, this dude.
Admiral Byrd's story was struck from the record, and we didn't hear about it until people discovered it hidden away somewhere with the internet. Before the internet, Admiral Byrd was not really well known. Very few people knew about it.
But now it's everywhere, and it's like
Now that people have started talking about it, it's everywhere. You're right.
yeah, and it's like if his armada really did encounter, superior war-fighting vehicles down there in Antarctica, however many years ago that was it like 70 years ago or something like that? It said like the rate of technological process with the military and the governments is like what 30 years ahead than anything we have now. If that story is credible at all, whatever's down there now is so mind-boggling advanced. No one would have any kind of choice or any kind of chance to fly down there and really see what they want to see. Maybe they have technology where they'll just dematerialize your airplane and take you somewhere else. They'll have you land in Kazakhstan. You're flying in Antarctica, and it's like now you're flying in Kazakhstan.
And to Cole, take a look at one of our previous roundtable discussions where we discussed eclipses. Go and take a look at that. Just look at what the European Space Agency has been up to and how they're working in cahoots with NASA. They've literally actually got facilities to create eclipses, and they're actually openly touting it. It's not even a hidden thing. It's not even a conspiracy theory. It's just that's what the $7 billion was spent on for a particular program. And we're assuming that it's the first program of its sort. So to assume that it's the first program of its sort is to imagine that there's not been any oversight from military-industrial complex. And we know that all technology has to be vetoed. So all technology effectively has to be vetoed in such a way that it's about 25 years, right? So if we found out about it openly by the European Space Agency, we can imagine they've been doing it a lot longer behind our backs, because that's how national security works. If you've got a new form of technology, especially something as big as being able to create an eclipse, you'd think the military hold on to that kind of technology and not allow it out into the public domain until they decide it's acceptable to allow it out. So I think they've had the ability to create eclipses for a long time. We don't know. I mean, I don't know how long, but we do know that they are actively researching and working on creating eclipses. And it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. Just go to the European Space Agency and look up the Occulta spaceship. And it works in concert with the Occulta. And what's the other spaceship? Occulta and
the Lilith. No, I'm just joking.
There's something to do with the COVID. What was another name for the COVID? Anyway, these two spaceships, and they work in concert with the APEP or Apephi, which is the Greek god of chaos. APEP is NASA. NASA have two spacecrafts that do this, and they happen to launch at the same time with each other. And they also launched when they turned on CERN, but that's just a coincidence. And they did it during the last eclipse. Just a coincidence, of course. But go and take a look in the round table. If you go to my channel and go to podcasts and go to round table and scroll down for the eclipses, and you'll see there's a lot of interesting information there that might explain something of what it could be. I mean, I don't have the answers. Just know what I've seen. That's right, Rob. It's called Corona. Exactly. So they've literally named this this thing after it. Right? They've literally named the arm prick adventure after one of the spaceships, which is part of this creation for creating false eclipses. which has been like getting funded for a long time. I think it started in 2012. I could be wrong, but it's been running for a while. And that's just one program.
So I just started reading the chat. X-Cole, you say, let's see, there's multiple non-major flights that go over Antarctica. Can you type a little bit more about that? I'm very curious.
Yeah, Antarctica is definitely, I reckon it's a bit of a mystery, just like the Arctic, as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sign off because I'm gonna break the bank here. I've only got a few minutes left of recording time.
Oh shoot. Okay.
No,
Well,
like
I'm glad
about
I could come back.
5-10 minutes. I've got 4.9 hours, and we're like on 40. So we should wrap it up in the next five minutes or so. But
Cool.
thanks for
Well,
joining us, X-Gold. What you can do is just post the links in the actual comments of this video, because it's going to be left on YouTube, and then we can actually come back retrospectively and we can take a look at it, because I'd like to see, honestly, I'd like to know what's going on with the Arctic and the Antarctic, because to me it's a total mystery. I hear a lot of different opinions, and I've heard a lot of researchers talking about how they want to go to certain parts of Antarctica, but they can't get there and they're not allowed to. And they keep talking about, certain kinds of restrictions. So I'm curious to know just how many flights are going and what the flight paths are that are traveling over there. Are they all traveling in the same flight paths? And if so, why? Why are there not many diverse flight paths? Be interesting to see if we can get a flight path map of all the flights going over Antarctica.
yeah, if there's flight paths and like testimonies, of flying directly over Antarctica, I mean that'll blow the ice wall, the ice wall conversation right away, and that's what I'm looking for. But glad I could come back for a little bit, and really, thank you, Pope, for showing us Kazakhstan. I had no idea any of that stuff existed. That's really, really cool.
He has been showing me this stuff now for the last couple of weeks, everywhere, all over Africa, close to South Africa, within South Africa, outside of North Africa, Central Africa, the Suez Canal, all along the Suez Canal. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's just mind blowing.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor.
Bye-bye.
I hope you guys have got what you came for. I hope you all enjoyed the show.
Oh, he's gone.
And thank you, Pope on Dope. Is there any last comment you'd like to make?
No, not really. I don't think the images do enough justice. I mean, like, what more can you put to it? It's just breathtaking. But yes, thanks a lot. That was very fun. No, I can definitely go on for hours and hours and hours. It really doesn't bother me. If you guys ever want to have just a chat where you don't want to stare at each other's faces, instead you want to have a look at these beautiful buildings while I'm scrolling around, and you guys have different conversations going on it, I can do that too. But yeah, I've been doing it for hours. I told you when I started. It was recently. Yeah, it's not ending.
It's mind blowing.
No, it's not ending.
Well, thank you, brother.
Can I call you for a few minutes?
Yeah. I'm just gonna shut down the show before we run out of minutes. It's some kind of disturbance coming out of your mic and your speakers. Thank you all for this absolutely great opportunity to share information, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys are having a great weekend, awesome week. Those of you that are catching the rerun, please tell us what you think in the comments. Share your ideas, your feelings, questions. Cole, I'm really fascinated and I'm interested to learn more about Antarctica. If you've got information, please share it. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Cole. Thank you, everybody else that's been in the chat. I know there's a few more of you. It's been an absolutely wonderful experience. It's been mind-blowing. Thank you so much for Pope on Dope for being a wonderful guide, a Google guide, a Google Air guide, and sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, and on harmony.
Oh, love. Sending much love, brother. Awesome.